Wasn't it like one of us was making a McDonald's joke?
Probably. Also, hello everyone.
Hi everybody.
We're gonna start some more Phoenix Wright finally.
Yeah.
And oh, there goes my phone.
Whoa!
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 What the? That's...
How can you afford all this?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. How many was that?
That was
6
tier 1s.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate that. No, we still haven't hit 35, but we're getting there. Thank you so much. Oh my god. See? Suki's super rich.
Somehow.
Magically. Oh my god, but seriously though, thank you so much, honey. I think we just need 3 more. Let me think, because I think we were sitting at 26. But yeah, 3 more and then we get another apple pie emote that I have ready already. Hi, Bloody. That's it. But yeah, a great way to start the stream. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Hi, Bloody. Hello, everyone.
Bruh.
And hello, cool dude.
Alright, so let's get started, I guess. Today... Oh, well, since some people here just got some subs, half of the apple pie emote is ready. For some reason, Twitch hasn't approved the other half, but they approved the throwing, so... Have at ya.
You can now toss apple pies at people.
Yep. So, that'll be fun. Yeah. And I have some other things ready too, so that'll be fun.
Yes, there's one other thing that was prepared, and I am going to activate it right now. Oh. So we got plenty of people who will get to see this surprise. Once the Canadian summer notification is gone, I hope you guys enjoyed this host/raid gift.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And Bloody, that was an amazing stream earlier. I was actually like eating food at the same time, and I was just like, oof. Objection! Yes! Got it! Perfect! Awesome. The sound effect actually went off perfectly. I was working on that all morning.
Yep, ladies and gents, Raylan now has a host/raid gif of Phoenix Wright tossing an apple pie at Edgeworth. Just saying objective.
Oh my god, thanks for that host buddy. Let's watch it again.
$10 he ever spent.
It's so worth it. So, fun fact with that. Oh, thanks it again for another host buddy. Fun fact with this GIF. So, I tried my best to learn how to make a GIF and just do it myself. And then, like, I went through like 3-4 pages in Google and like 20 different videos, and I didn't learn anything that I like useful. So I was like, you know what? I bet someone on Fiverr will do it for me for cheap. Then I found someone on Fiverr that did it for $10, and I was like super happy.
Hell yeah!
So worth it.
Oh,
But
man.
and then I think without like I was saying, I might cut the stream a little shorter today, maybe like an hour shorter, just because I still have some things to do later tonight. But we'll see. We'll see how we feel later. But without further ado, let's go to the trial.
Let's dive on it.
Karma?
That's right, Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He is a god of prosecution, right? A god.
Not a single case?
He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything.
Sounds like someone else I know, Edgeworth.
You don't understand. I mean, he will really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared.
That's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence.
He taught me what it really means to prosecute.
What?
Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10.
So he was your teacher, then, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something like that.
And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep! Oh, wait. Maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out.
Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in 40 years. 40 years! He's as ruthless as me times 20.
That's pretty ruthless.
Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors.
I guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia... Maya? Uh-huh? We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Oh... I can't. Sorry. I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach. You couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what bad timing. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so.
What are you whispering about?
Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in.
I don't want to.
How about no? December 26, 10 a.m. Here we are.
Oh boy, hope y'all are ready for this. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
The defense is, one sec. Let's get this. I think it should work. The defense is, damn it. It's not working.
No, okay.
Guess not. So, I set up an oven beep, but it doesn't work anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay, defense is ready now, Your Honor.
Mr. Von Karma, is the prosecution ready?
Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared?
Oh my god, B-Dog, say I almost forgot one thing.
You want me to say that?
Yeah, Mickey Mouse.
I almost forgot one thing.
What are you doing?
Let's get that.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to get this on perfect. It's gonna be messing with us for a sec.
Jesus Christ.
Sure, let's do that for now.
Right, my apologies.
He's even got the judge scared.
Very well, your opening statement, please.
I need to get in like a position where it's like always like perfectly where he's at. There we go.
Just gonna rotate it.
Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required?
I wish I can get it to like track.
Nothing, of course. That should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness.
What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something?
I mean...
yeah, I mean...
You see the crown he's wearing? That worked out way too well.
I knew it.
You taught me what it means to love Burger King, right?
How am I supposed to fight against this?
I call the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Okay, Gumshoes first. Let's see how this goes.
You're fired! Describe the incident, now!
Yes, sir.
Detective Gumshoe looks nervous.
Please take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve, around midnight.
Give me 1 second. I need a hotkey that Burger King crown.
Okay.
I completely forgot to do that, because if he's gonna show up a lot, I'm just gonna keep popping it on and off. Alright, that should do it, right? There we go, got it. Continue, Gumshoe.
There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were 2 men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. It went towards the boat rental shop.
Overhead map added to the court record.
Testify to the court about the arrest, now!
Wait, Mr. Von Karma.
Yes?
Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings.
Wrong. There is only one thing you need to do here. You will slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role.
Yes, of course. You're quite right.
No, he's not!
All right.
Oh god, it's been a whole week. Hopefully I can remember stuff.
Well, you can always review your evidence.
Yeah, let me review this real quick. Okay, so there's a Lotta's camera, the autopsy report, picture, Misty Phase picture, Article about Gord. Okay. Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, testimony.
Oh, I thought this was the cross-examination. My bad.
Nope, not yet.
A man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all. But the next morning, a body was found in the lake. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I see. Very well.
Begin your cross-examination, attorney. Now!
Thanks for the clip, buddy. Hi, K9. Glad to see that you're using that the emote already.
Hi, K9.
So a man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight. Had seen as fast as... I'm just gonna press for now. You received a call from a man?
Yep.
But you said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? Whoa!
Like the difference. He's Mickey Mouse when he talks about
Yeah.
but when he objects, he's demonic.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That woman and the man who called in the report are 2 different people, obviously.
Aw, thank you for the bits, K9. I appreciate that so much. Hope you enjoy what I added to the stream so far. Different people?
There were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today I have summoned the woman who was camping.
The woman who was camping. A lot of heart.
What happened next, Detective?
What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then?
Well, from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really.
Oh! I'm never gonna get used to that.
Detective, the court requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, Detective. Hard, cold, objective facts.
Yes, sir.
Man, he's got his share of objections. But the next morning, the body was found in the lake. Did you find any clues on the body?
A single bullet was recovered from the body. He was shot through the heart, fatally.
Judge, here's the bullet. Kill yourself with it.
Oh my god!
It didn't strike bone, so its shape is well preserved.
Very well, the court accepts this bullet into evidence.
Pistol bullet added to the court record. Okay, so I got a new piece of evidence from that. Why is that?
Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat.
A murder weapon?
A pistol. Detective Gumshoe. That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right. Sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence.
Nick, doesn't it seem like Detective Gumshoe is being a little vague? I bet Von Karma's feeding him lines. His testimony is probably filled with landmines just waiting for me to press. What do we do? Grit our teeth and press, I guess. What else can we do? Well said, Nick. You're the man. Okay, let's press the new... What about the pistol made it decisive evidence? He has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth.
There are fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand.
What? Oh, and sound alerts aren't working.
Order.
One second, let me try to get that to work. Weird that sound alerts isn't turning on. Or else I would have heard that. Yeah, it was doing something funky in Tater's stream earlier too, so maybe it's just a sound alert thing going on right now or something. Because I was trying to use his too and it wasn't working. You can try to give it one more try, but I don't think it's gonna go because the sound bar's not even popping up for me anymore. Oh, there we go. Got it? I heard the Wilhelm scream. Alright.
So Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon? Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, this is the weapon in question.
Accepted into evidence.
Pistol added to the court record.
Members of the court, we now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found in the body. Detective?
Yes, sir.
Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol?
Yes, the ballistic markings on the bullet match the pistol.
Hey, Nick. What does he mean, ballistic markings?
Shocking! To imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings.
Nick, he's glaring at me.
Very well, I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it.
Me? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate.
Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was without a doubt fired from this pistol. This pistol, which as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints.
Order! Order!
This is bad. This makes it look like Edgeworth did it. Oof.
He did do it.
Oh my god. Also, K9, oh, I'm so sorry. I don't think the sound alert went off again. Crap. But thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'll play it for you. Let me find it real quick. Gotta like open Twitch. Going through a couple things.
Hey, listen!
Oh, well, that one played. Yeah, sound alerts is being weird. Alright. Let's play it.
Maybe.
Whoa,
Oh wait, what?
nice
Oh,
car.
oh.
There we go. Got it. I'll play it for you just in case if it doesn't do it.
Let's see here. It might be the bit one. The ones that cost bits are being weird.
Maybe.
That might be a possibility. Anyways, I'd say it's almost decisive, yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point. However,
You wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge,
yes?
what are you doing? A 10-minute recess, now!
But wait,
Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man!
Yes,
Oh my goodness.
this court will take a 10-minute recess.
Who's running this court anyway? I can see why you wanted to give him Mickey voice.
I'll do anything for a guilty verdict.
Oh my god.
It just works.
Hi Zozo. Yes, hope you appreciate the BK crown and the second half of the apple pie emote. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon.
Oh, it is. No wonder I can't really, fully hear myself.
And that foggy photo makes one thing clear. The only one who could have shot that man was the person in the photo.
True.
Was that you in the boat?
Yes, it was me.
What?
But you must believe me, I didn't shoot him.
Then who did?
I don't know.
You don't know? Weren't you right there?
I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself.
You mean it was a suicide?
That's the only explanation I can come up with.
Huh. How am I going to convince anyone of that? Say, Maya. Huh? What? Any progress with Mia? Oh. Sorry. It's no good. Ugh. I know. I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick? If I can't call my sister, I might as well not be here, right?
Yeah, you're useless.
Yeah, you're useless. No, Maya. No, of course not. I need you here. I can see that you're always trying to help out, even if you don't actually help. It's the thought that counts, right? It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about trials or defense. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits. Aw, everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. But you never know when my luck is going to run out. Really?
Whoa, right? Don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart.
Sorry. Whoops.
Court is back in session.
If you ever play a warlock and your patron be Mickey, sure, I'll allow it.
Wait, can my patron be Mickey?
So when you're a warlock, you get to choose like where you get your power from.
He's gonna channel his power through Disney.
Through Disney property. So,
Oh my
yes,
God.
I will allow it. We'll homebrew something if you ever become a warlock.
Mr. Von Karma, call your witness.
Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand? Lotta Hart, you are a research student at a university.
That I am.
Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident. And don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand?
Y'all need to learn some manners.
Understand?
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Very well. Your testimony, please. I think probably the most inconsistent voice I've done is the judge. It's because my throat doesn't exactly play along.
It's pretty much close the whole time.
Okay, well, I mean, as long as I'm staying within the ballpark.
Oh, thanks for letting me know, K9. Yeah, I noticed it's hitting the red. Let me turn it down a bit. Thank you. Is that better? Because I didn't do anything different with my microphone since last time. And, yeah, my filters are on, so, But hopefully that's good. This is kind of in the yellow. Lower yellow. A little too low? Okay, what about now? Meow? Or now? Right here should be fine. No peeking! Okay. It's not hitting the red. It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. And there was another bang. There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but that boat.
Enough.
Huh?
Judge? She happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo, accepted as evidence.
Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Order! I will remove people from this court if I do not have order immediately.
As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There were no other boats on that lake. So, the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth.
Order! 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 I will have order!
Well, Judge,
The evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well, this court finds the defendant.
What the? Wait, Your Honor! I haven't cross-examined the witness yet.
a cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words and they all read guilty. You lose. Or do you claim to have found a contradiction in her testimony? Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. And then I will have you held in contempt of court.
Nick, contempt of court, you know? I guess I understand. Well, what are you gonna do? Do you really think there was a contradiction with the facts in her testimony? I think there was. I think I noticed one little thing. Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right, let's take him on. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness.
Very well.
I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time.
Alright. Christmas Eve, car, there's a bang, walked out. Then there was another bang. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out? Well, yeah, sure.
You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless! Contradictions, Mr. Right, not meaningless babble.
Von Karma, I think I hate you. He's trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end?
None of your business.
Alright, well, if it's a contradiction, then I have to find some evidence to present otherwise. Sure, when a loud noise is detected, faces the lake. Automatically. 12:15. Article. It's the. Is that? He's just after midnight, so.
I mean, that pretty much
Yeah.
coincides with what
Yeah.
Gumshoe.
Literally right after midnight. It's 12:15, which makes sense. Were you really in your car?
I mean, I feel like it's not a stretch. Maybe press that one though.
Yeah, this bang came from the lake.
Maybe Phoenix will ask like what you did.
So, you weren't looking at the lake at the time? Nope. I looked after I heard that noise.
She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness.
Well, we're gonna keep leisurely chatting until I find something. Could you clearly see the two men? Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you? Uh-oh.
Press further.
Yeah. Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men. Yeah, well, of course.
The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You'd best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions.
He jumped in quick. He's hiding something. Okay. Huh. Well, let's... I think I already said that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's something with this one, then. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Do I have anything?
I don't think you do right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like I do.
Have you pressed the very last statement? I think that's the only other one that could probably matter.
Yeah. Are you sure about that? Yeah, sure as a country gal can be. That sounds pretty sure. How come you're so sure? Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake. Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you...
Mr. Wright, the witness has answered the question in full. No need for further questions. Objection sustained.
That's what I'm...
Sustained!
Yes, of course.
Oh, great. What am I supposed to do now? There weren't any contradictions in there. Sorry, Nick. If only my sister were here. Maya's really taking this hard. Were you really in your car? Why were you camping there anyway? I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research. What research? This all sounds suspicious. Yeah. Miss Hart, can you be more specific about your research?
What does the witness's motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained.
Wait now, I'm the one who says that.
Well then say it already!
Objection sustained.
Thanks for nothing, Your Honor.
Enough. I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. It seems you are unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting.
But Your Honor!
You keep your promise.
Mr. Wright, I am afraid that I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you in contempt of court.
And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood?
Uh-huh. Nick? Lotta's testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy. I know what you mean, but if I can't say anything, what can I do?
I believe we've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision.
Then pass your judgment.
Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. Who was that?
It was me. Maya.
Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities?
Thanks for the host, Prince Debug. I appreciate it. Oh, did the alert pop up? I really hope it popped up.
I'm looking right now.
Please pop up. And I don't see it. Oh boy. Hey, Tater.
Alert! Alert, please! Appear!
I don't think it's popping up. Big sad. But hey, Tater.
Do you... That's weird. Why isn't it working?
Maybe it just doesn't do it for auto hosts? Maybe. Something like that.
I didn't even know that auto hosts... I didn't know streamers get notified of auto hosts.
Mine gets notified of auto host.
Interesting.
From StreamJar.
First I've seen that.
Take a #1 meal with an extra treat. Good old Zozo.
No, but you can have an apple pie.
Don't worry. We'll have one ready. I got...
Here you go.
It's still ready. Oh god, that's the whole screen. You can't have the whole screen. You can only have the apple pie. There we go. Alright, let's continue. I guess it's just not gonna pop up until we get another host raid.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Already, okay.
No, I do not. Lotta Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Lotta, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol?
You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst.
Answer me, Lotta. Here, let's give it a try. Let's put an apple pie in her hand. Yeah. Perfect. I wish I could, like, crop it into her fist.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Hopefully we can do that.
More things to do later.
Oh my god.
We did them. There we go.
You would just have to like remove most of the image
Yep.
and just like the very top part of the green packaging and then the pie itself and then just slide it in there.
Yeah. What's the big idea treating me like some kind of criminal? I saw him. I swear. I saw Edgeworth.
Enough! Judge, declare the defense in contempt of court.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave.
No. No! Wait. I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent.
Ha! What's the difference? All that remains is for the guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
What?
Wrong.
Wrong, right. Wrong!
What?
Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony! That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again!
Order! Order!
So I'm not saying order that many times.
Order times 2!
3, 6. No,
Yeah,
6.
6.
You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot.
What?
Miss Lotta Hart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again.
But he is in contempt of court.
No, I am. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me.
Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately.
Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest. Good luck. Maya!
Maya saved the day.
She did.
I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses.
I'm running out of time. I better find a contradiction in here or else.
Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination.
That last statement. I saw it clear as day. The man on the boat was Mr. Edgeworth. That's it. Oh, I don't know if I can find anything in that. But I can't squander Maya's efforts either. That's literally it.
I mean, you only have like one thing that could actually in terms of evidence to conflict with that statement.
There's the literal lake photo, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
'Cause that's the only thing that shows anything related to that.
Because if you look at the photo, you can clearly see that there's
It's-
some sort of fog.
Yeah, and you can't tell that. Oh, thanks for the host, Gal. Seems like it's not even popping up. That's disappointing.
I mean, you could run a quick test notification thing.
Yeah. Here, let me run a quick test notification. Where is it? I actually never ran a test notification on while live before. Where do you usually do it?
You're using Streamlabs, right?
Yeah.
Bottom right, where it should mention, I think, widgets?
Widgets.
Let me reopen it.
Widgets. I don't see anything saying widgets.
Well, on the bottom right, near the record and loop, there should be a test widgets thing on
Oh,
Streamlabs.
there it is. I see it, yeah.
Yeah, click that, and then you can just, it'll show you all the
There you
main
go.
words and rates.
There's a test. Got it. I'll just run one just in case if it happens again. But like I said, thanks for the host, Gal. Appreciate it. Got you. Got you, Miss Hart. Finally! What? You got what? Look at this photograph.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
The photo I took? The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture was taken with professional high-quality film, correct? Yet, even it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet, you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How? What? Ha!
Mr. Wright has a point.
That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony, please.
Yet, now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself!
Miss Hart,
What?
could you see the defendant that night?
Of course. I said I could, and I meant I could.
Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting.
I did it. I finally found a hole in Von Karma's carefully vague testimony.
No, you didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Toss the Whopper at Phoenix.
Oh my god, I should have set up a Whopper toss.
It's the battle of the food tossing.
Maybe I'll set that up for next time. You're right.
You keep giving yourself more jobs to do for this stream.
You gotta go big, go home.
Fair enough. Gotta go the extra mile.
You're right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So, once I was finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem.
You used binoculars. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
This one better be good.
So dumb. Oh yeah, how did I see through the fog? Binoculars.
I don't... You can't really do that.
It's so stupid.
Binoculars? Yeah, binoculars. Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct? Well, yeah. Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars for that? No. I've got doubts about your camera too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers?
The camera is irrelevant to this case.
You can't say that for certain.
Mr. Wright, is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, you may continue with this line of questioning.
But know this. If you find nothing with this, there will be consequences.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to press further about the camera?
Yes. This is a make it or break it time. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Wow, maybe I went a little overboard there.
Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera.
Yeah, I hear ya. The camera was set up to take pictures of meteor shower.
Bullshit.
Well, it's like, yeah, why?
I don't recall.
I don't recall it.
Yeah,
What?
you know,
What?
those meteor showers where every single one just explodes, like
goes
provides a
boom.
huge explosion.
Yeah, that. Okay, that one was easy. Nice. Or I'm getting better at this. Awesome. You were photographing shooting stars? That's a lie! Says who? I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point a camera upwards to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. Oof!
Mr. Wright, what are you driving at?
The witness was not at the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor.
Well then, what exactly was she photographing?
She was photographing... Your Honor, take a look at this. What was Miss Hart trying to photograph at the lake? Gordy.
Yep.
Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph.
What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy! Ah, the sighting at Gold Lake.
Well, Miss Hart, I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down at the lake trying to find out, photograph this Gordy. Do I have proof of that?
Yeah, you do.
It was a pistol!
No, it's either the I believe it's the camera again. Because if you read the description for Gordy, I'm pretty sure it gives you a description for it. Oh, it doesn't. But what they established at the beginning of the chat
Yeah.
tape was
that Gordy was like
makes a loud bang sound
Yep.
when breaching the water.
Thanks for reminding me.
No problem.
Because I actually didn't remember that either. I have it. Proof!
Intriguing. Very well, let's see it. And no joking around this time, please. What is proof that the witness was trying to photograph Gordy the Lake Monster?
The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera! Your camera was set to take photos in response to the loud noises, correct? Thus, this photograph here taken when a gun is fired on the lake. And here, this article about Gordy. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had to set your camera to respond to loud noises.
Order! Order! I see. I too thought it was a little strange.
Yeah, sure.
Objection, Your Honor, that's bullshit.
Even I agree. Well, Miss Hart, you were camping there to try and take a photo of Gordy, weren't you? Yeah. Not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? Oh, and Zozo, yeah. I did check it. All it showed up was this, though. So it doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't let you
unfortunately-
read like the whole article.
Which is actually surprising because
Well, to be fair, this was a GBA game.
yes, that is true. But like, what they could have done was,
Maybe a small description.
well, like look at the autopsy report. Oh wait, it doesn't let you. Okay, well, I guess it wasn't until the DS when they incorporated it, but they had it where like the more detailed the evidence was, when you hit check, it would give you like, if it was like a document, it would just give you like all the pages of the document and you could just flip between those. You have all the details there.
That'll be useful for the future.
I guess because this is still GBA, they weren't able to do that.
So, smart boy, I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what? Huh? That don't change what I saw, does it?
Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than that the witness is an idiot who thinks monsters exist.
Hey!
But as she so succinctly said, so what? It changes nothing.
Not true. You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason. I know it. What could have it been? Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this.
Miss Hart? Why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony.
Right. Fine. I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though. Something will change. It has to. And I'm going to spot it. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what kind of a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out the lake. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the men's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at the boat, and the whole time crossed my heart and hoped to fry.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
The witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research student or a photographer has no bearing on this case. There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination.
I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Von Karm is up to something, I know it. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because... Why? Was there a contradiction?
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. You seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind.
Ha! That would be a first.
Very funny.
You understand that this is your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright. If there is no problem with the testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Make it or break it, baby.
So... Imagine if I got a picture of that monster. I was camping out by the lake. That's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out that lake.
I think you'd want to start pressing with that statement onwards.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking was fishy. All of the stuff that's related to the case.
Yeah.
Exactly. What sort of sound was it? Well, I never heard one before, so I can't say for sure. But it sounded like a gunshot. It was a lot sharper a sound than I would have expected. There wasn't much else to look at? Yep. I don't know. She heard a bang, and she thought Gordy was out there. I kinda doubt she'd waste any time looking at a boat. What? What did I do now? What you giving me that look for? Definitely suspicious. Maybe it's time for some evidence.
Witness, continue.
Hold your hush puppies, Pops. I'm getting there. And saw a flash near one of his hands.
So that statement is what we need to present, Dylan.
Yeah.
Is what?
What else was out there then?
Well, if she was looking for Gordy, she hears a bang, she immediately goes to look out onto the lake. So but all she did was just watch the boat. But that's just it. If she's looking for a lake monster and she hears a bang, wouldn't you...
Do I just have to present the Gordy article again?
I think so, because, I mean, if you hear a loud bang and you're looking for a monster, are you just gonna stare at a boat the entire time, or are you gonna scan the lake?
Yeah, because that's the only thing I could think of that would be in the middle of that lake. Misty Faye was in the middle there.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like, it wouldn't... There's no guarantee it would be exactly where the boat was, so...
There we go, got it.
Nice.
Miss Hart? Were you really looking at that boat? What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. Nice dun. It was the only thing out there. Any normal person be looking at it. I agree. Any normal person would. But you are far from normal. But what? Y'all want to step over here and say that? You're camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any signs of Gordy. That's what. You wouldn't give the boat a second thought.
Order! Continue, Mr. Wright.
You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. Well? Well, now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of the scan of a lake of a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all.
Miss Hart, are you saying that you are not watching the boat then?
Sorry, y'all. I was fibbing, really. I was just... I thought, you know, I could be witness to a murder and all. I kinda got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat. Till now.
This is totally uncalled for.
But hey! You got the photograph, you got proof.
Still, we can't see who is shooting who in this.
Right. That's why I took this photo and...
Witness, that's enough. You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole.
Shut my what? What was she going to say? She took the photo and... What? Wait a second.
She even had a photograph to prove it.
But you really can't tell from the photo who is shooting.
That's why she said she's going to enlarge the photo. She said it'll drop the quality a mite, but should let us see who's who. This is gonna be the most bullshit picture you'll ever see.
She enlarged the photo? Why won't Von Karma let her show it? I've got a hunch. I bet that enlarged photo shows something bad for Von Karma. This is my chance. If I'm wrong, though, it'll mean prison for Edgeworth. Or worse. What should I do? Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not? Yeah, I did. Why has that enlargement not been presented to the court?
Because it does not exist.
What are y'all talking about? You're the one who told me not to show it in court in the first place. You old fool. Bruh.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Von Karma?
Miss Hart, show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement.
The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence.
Objection denied. Witness will show the enlargement to the court.
Here it is. Bruh. Nice timing.
It's like he picked up the camera, swam out a couple of feet, and then
Yeah.
snapped the photo and told them to do it again.
What? That's...
Like, how does an enlargement
Wait,
get
how? Yeah, how does it get that close? so you did get it really good though.
We still cannot see who's firing in this. It could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. Regardless, I'll accept this as evidence.
Like photo added.
Happy now, Mr. Wright?
There has to be something.
You asked for the enlargement, you got the enlargement. And little good it has done any of us. That's why I requested she not show it.
I suppose this means that the cross-examination...
Is over, obviously.
Then I would like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lotta Hart.
And none too soon. That was a flagrant waste of my time.
Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add?
I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required?
Nothing, of course. But I believe it is time for me to declare my verdict.
Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. And it's okay, K9. There has to be a clue in this photo, somewhere. This is bad. Real bad. What should I do? Object to the enlargement. Your Honor, there's something decidedly strange with this enlargement.
What might that be? Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What about this photo is strange?
Okay, here goes nothing. I'll show the judge what's strange about this photo. Oh god, it's one of these. I haven't done this in a while.
Well, I can give you I can give you a hint as to what it is you want to be thinking about.
Alright, what's the hint?
The gun.
Bruh, that is a pretty detailed-ass gun.
Yes. Do you remember the details though behind? Gumshoe mentioned it earlier about why the gun is evidence to to Edgeworth's guilt.
Because
Why
of
was
because of the fingerprints or the
but which hand were the fingerprints from?
right hand. Oh, I see.
Person's using their left.
That makes sense. Because that's the only thing I would have chosen from that picture anyways. Because that's the only thing that's really standing out, honestly.
This person's sleeve.
They're bald-looking heads. Neither of them.
You can clearly see by this person's sleeve that you can see Edgeworth's prosecutor outfit just poking out slightly.
Inside this pocket, you see a Burger King wrapper.
And you can clearly see that is the man being shot at, Your Honor.
Here, Your Honor.
The shooter? I'm not sure I understand. What about the shooter is strange?
Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor.
The hand?
That hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence.
What?
Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence that left hand contradicts. Take that. The evidence is clear. The man in this photograph is holding that pistol in his left hand. However, the prints on the murder weapon were from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Ooh.
Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene this court of law. Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
you have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired the pistol that night. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim?
Precisely. As we have seen, there were no other people on the lake that night. Who but the defendant could have shot the victim?
It was my friend, Larry.
After all these years, my revenge, Edgy.
My revenge, edgy boy. The victim himself.
I mean, that's Edgeworth's guess, I think.
There's only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself.
Order! Order! So you are saying that the victim committed suicide?
Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation.
Indeed, that does seem to be the only remaining option.
I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. But suicide is out of the question.
What?
An examination of the victim's wound reveals the distance at which he was shot.
The distance?
The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away.
A meter? That's 3 feet.
There is no way it could have been suicide.
Order! Order! Mr. Von Karma, are you sure of the accuracy of your data?
Of course, I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see.
Updated autopsy report.
I see. Very well, allow me to state my opinion. Considering the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun revealed that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
What the hell was that?
Well, there's something going on out there. There's my loud bang.
Jesus.
This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. The court orders the defense and the prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Darn, I didn't get a chance to throw an apple pie at Karma. Maybe next time.
Next time, for sure.
December 26th, 1:15 p.m. Phew, that was a close one. Hey! Don't you have anything to say?
No, I have yet to be declared innocent, right?
Well, yeah, but what happened out there on that lake anyways? If he didn't commit suicide, then who... The shooter was about a meter away too.
What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him.
I was just kidding around. Look, I'm going to go check on Maya.
Oh. Right.
What?
Tell her something for me.
What?
Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all.
Would it kill you just to state how you really feel with a thanks, Edgeworth? I requisitioned a transcript of Lada's entire testimony. I thought it might give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Of course she didn't see the shooter, so the only part of her testimony that stood was the bang she heard. To be continued. Nice. December 26th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Maya! Aw. A little late on that one, but thanks for the to be continued. Hey, Nick, it's you! I'm glad Mr. Edgeworth made it through the day okay. It's a relief. Hey.
Oni-chan?
Oh, thanks for the Oni-chan. I don't know why I made that 10 bits. I wanted to make it free. I'm sorry. I'll refund it to you, don't worry. Can I do that?
If you just somehow procure 10 bits and give them back.
I'll do that.
I don't think any of that can be refunded.
Bro. But to be fair, that Oni-chan kinda does fit with Maya. Why'd you do that anyway? I don't know. I just knew I had to do something. I know I'm not the lawyer my sister was. I'm sorry. Well, you did save the trial. Just behave from now on, okay? Oh, okay. Well, we're back here.
Yep.
Hey guard, how you doing? This guard monitors the visitor's room. He hasn't moved an inch since I came in. A real pro. Good thing to check on him. Have you been questioned yet? No, not yet. Detective Gumshoe was here just now. He said, seeing as this is your first offense, we'll let you go after questioning. Whew. Oh, and he wanted me to get bail money ready. You can pay for me, okay? Huh? How much? I don't know. I guess they'll send you a bill or something. Why do I picture giant bales of money every time I hear the word bail? Any luck with Mia? None. I can't get through to her at all. I tried. I really did. I don't know what to do. I think I probably shouldn't have stopped my training. Sounds like she really did do her best. I should check to see if there are any waterfalls in the local area. I wonder if I'll ever see my sister again. Oh. Don't worry. You know what I brought for you? Not the whole screen. Damn, these Happy Meals being stuck. Here you go. And I brought your favorite. Nick, I already told you. I'm getting really tired of these. Eat it!
Eat the pie.
Alright, well, I gotta go do some investigating. Enjoy your meal.
Hashtag no drink.
Hashtag no drink. Let's just start from the top to the bottom. December 26th, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Sure is quiet here with nobody around. Right. I have to get Maya out of that detention cell soon. Nothing new. December 26th, Gourd Lake Park entrance. There are fewer than there were yesterday, but the cops are still around in the park. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe is here today. Oh, it's those damn birds. Gourd Lake. Haven't seen Larry around today at all. Probably off paying through the nose on a date with that lovely Keonce. Oh! Hey! Detective Gumshoe!
Hey, pal. The trial today,
Yes? What about the trial?
Well, I was gonna say good show, but it wasn't really all that. Well, you did save Mr. Edgeworth, I guess. I just wasn't sure how to thank you, you know?
Thanks. Detective Gumshoe? Any idea what strategy Von Karma is planning for tomorrow?
Sounds like he's bringing in another witness.
Another witness? Alright. He said something about that in the trial today.
There were 2 witnesses.
Really looking at that flashback.
Yep, even for the flashback, he has to have it at all times. I was wondering who that other witness was. Or, who was it?
Sorry, pal. As much as I'd like to, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information.
Right. Alright. I wanted to ask you something about Edgeworth.
What's up?
Is he afraid of earthquakes? Never heard anything about that before.
Mr. Edgeworth doesn't talk about himself too much, see? But there's one thing that's clear as day. Him hating crime the way he does. And him being a prosecutor. And him being scared of earthquakes. It all started with that incident.
The DL6 incident?
Yep, that's the one. 15 years ago when he saw his father shot before his very eyes. He still feels the pain now. You can see it in his eyes.
I wanted to talk to you about Maya Fey.
Huh? She's not out on bail yet? That's strange. I told him to let her go as soon as they had their report written up. Damn. I don't know what would have happened in that courtroom today if it weren't for her. Seeing her getting dragged out by the bailiff? I'll be honest with you, pal. I shed a tear or two. Mr. Edgeworth, he was so moved I saw his lip trembling.
Really? Cold as ice Edgeworth?
He was really grateful for what she did, you know. I'm going to head back to the station.
Oh.
I'll get the report on Maya and get her out of there as soon as I can.
Thank you. Oh wait. I was wondering, how much is bail going to be?
Don't worry about that. Mr. Edgeworth is posting the whole amount.
What? Edgeworth?
Didn't I tell you? He's grateful to her for what she did. Alright, pal. Well, don't forget to go pick her up, okay?
Maybe I can get Edgeworth to pay this month's rent too.
You know, this is the case that really made people love Edgeworth and Gumshoe. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, this is where they literally just become, like, good friends.
I can see that. Alright, well, let's go pick up Maya.
Oni-chan?
Thanks again for the Oni-chan. Every time Maya pops up. Oni-chan? Hey, Nick, you finally came. They just finished the paperwork. I'm free to go. Free at last, eh? Those interrogators were really mean. They were like, okay, what did you do this time? Like I was some kind of criminal. Can you believe it? Well, they let you out in the end, didn't they? Oh, that reminds me. Thanks for the bail. Thank you, Edgeworth. Huh? He posted bail for you. Said he was grateful for what you did. Mr. Edgeworth did that? I have to make it up to him. We've got to win this case, Nick. Oh. And it's just the usual what to do and any ideas. How about you, Mr. Guard? Yeah, he gets it. Did you finish your food, Maya? What do you think we should do next? Kind of lacking in the clues department. We can go to the park and look for Gordy. I was kidding. Still, if there are any clues out there, the park's as good as bet as any. What do you say? Shall we head down there? Sure. Have you noticed anything lately? You know, I did notice one thing while I was here in detention. I really pretty comfortable. Well, it's really pretty comfortable here. It's warm, and they keep it very clean. I meant, have you noticed anything about the case? Well, not much more than that now. Probably still upset about Mia. I should leave her alone. Well, let's go. Back to the lake. There aren't many cops around here today, are there? They're probably back at the precinct working up the case against Edgeworth. Hey, y'all. Hey, it's Lotta. Y'all really did it today. What did we do now? Nah, I'm not complaining. See, I did a little thinking, a little self-reflection, you might say. I realized that being a witness is a mighty big responsibility. But I just went up there and started blabbing any old thing that came to my mind. Lotta. So you see, I want to make it up to y'all. Make it up? Well, what do you... Make it up. What did you think of today's trial? To be honest, I was doing it half just to say I'd been a witness, even though I didn't really see anything. Excuse me? I kinda convinced myself I had, though. I'm sorry, I know I caused y'all a lot of trouble. Netflix and chill. Oh, Nick, I loved you. Great, could you channel Mia for me? Bruh. I can see that. Well, memory is a tricky, vague little thing. Yeah, I sure know that now. I'll be fine the next time I witness a murder. Right. You mean the first time you witness a murder? What about Gordy? Right! Well, the way I figure, the trial's only stoking the flames of Gordy fever. I'll get my exclusive photos and rocket stardom. Alright, Lotta. You go, girl. I wish I could have been an investigative photographer too. Finish your spirit medium training first. Lotta, what do you mean by making it up to us? Well, you see, actually, I got a bit of information for you. What? That Von Karma didn't want me to say nothing about it. What information? Now we're getting to the heart of it. See, I reckon we might be able to do ourselves a little exchange. Exchange? I thought this was to make it up to us. Right. I propose a little exchange to make it up to you. What? Information don't come cheap, my friend. Hey, I see you thinking, my, how unsophisticated these southern folks are. It's written all over your face. Let me tell you, most southerners are way more sophisticated than you. I'm just the exception, okay? Well, what'll it be? Gonna deal or not? What do we do, Nick? Sure, deal. Don't have any other leads, so I don't think we have a choice here. Okay. How much? Huh? Completely off your rocker? I may not be sophisticated, but I'm not trying to rob the poor. Huh? The only fair exchange for information is... information. Well, listen good. What I need from you is... information about Gordy. Whoa! Whoa! Gordy? But Gordy doesn't... I mean... Gordy might not exist. And bring me proof that shows he don't. I'll be keeping watch for the car, okay? You see something, y'all come to me first, got it? Okay. Right. See y'all later. Okay, Nick. Let's get hunting. Hunting? You don't seriously mean... Gordy? I sure do. What about Edgeworth? We're searching for Gordy. For him, Nick. Don't you get it? Okay. And how exactly do we search for a make-believe monster? Maybe we could find a monster myth specialist. Yeah. Let's... Anybody here? Oh! Is that the... Steel Samurai? What the... What's that? The Steel Samurai, Nick! Man, what voice did I give Butts? Yo! Maya! Larry! What the heck is that? Oh, it was my girl Keonce's idea. She was all, if you like, put this here, it would be like, really cool. Dude, she gave it to me along with the banner. Wow! That's really impressive she could find those for you. Well, she knows a lot of people. And that show's finished now, so she got them for free. Right. Suck. Yo, Nick. What happened with Edgy? Well, we made it through the first day in court all right. I don't know how good our prospects are from here on, though. Huh. Hey, Larry, did you know Mr. Edgeworth's secret weakness? He's terrified of earthquakes. He acts like a little boy. Huh? That's... weird. I don't think he was ever like that in school. No? Really? Well, we were only in the same class for a little bit. He transferred schools pretty quickly. Transferred? Right. When the DL6 incident happened. Doesn't look like Larry knows about it, though. Hey, Larry. When did you get that big thing? Huh? Oh, the big guy? I've had that for about a month. Yeah. It was a big hit with the kids. Why wasn't it there yesterday? Oh, right. The compressor was busted. Compressor? Yeah. It's that little unit by my hot dog stand. That's what I used to put air in the Steel Samurai. It broke a little while ago, so I sent it in for repairs. Oh. And here I thought you'd inflated it by yourself. Interesting. What's this machine? That's a compressor. I use it to fill up the balloon there with air. Huh? Neat. Just got it repaired yesterday. Man, what a drag that was. Doesn't that Steel Samurai look a little out of place? I mean, it's so huge. I guess it's good advertising. Something about the Steel Samurai just doesn't work for me. Huh? Really? It looks pretty well made to me. Still a novice, aren't you, Nick? Really? True connoisseurs like Cody and me don't fall for this kind of stuff. These Steel Samurai fans are obviously in a league of their own. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's kind of the voice I was going for, Zozo. If I could do a Shaggy voice, I would, but I can't do that. My voice just doesn't like that.
I just think it would be hard to maintain. Like, you could probably, like, quote Shaggy, but
Yeah.
it'd be so hard to, like, actually talk, like,
yeah, read. And especially since, like, I've been talking to myself this whole entire time for, like, literally, like the last, what, 15 minutes?
Yeah, pretty much once I talked as Gumshoe, it was pretty much just all you from here on out.
It's always so quiet here. I wonder if the boat shop is closed for good. Well, with the murder on the lake and all, they're probably just taking a vacation till it blows over. I get it. There's nothing new here. Damn birds! Did I look at that? Oh. Well, nothing different here. Back here. Hey, y'all! Well, y'all find anything about Gordy? No, nothing. Well, keep moving. It gets cold out here at nighttime. It is a little chilly. I think I have to sneeze. Whoa, no, you don't. Watch you! Bruh. I told y'all, no sneezing! See, I set the camera to respond to things a little softer than a bang. It triggered on one of Carmen's finger snaps now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, sorry's nice, but what about my film? Nick, pay the lady. Love it. Dude, yeah, I gotta hire some professional voice actors. Get ProZ. We should tweet at him. Help us play Phoenix right. Don't worry. My southern drawl is terrible. The bail, the rent. I learned something in today's trial, that's for sure. Testifying in serious business. That's why I decided not to talk about that case anymore. Whoa, did you say you had information about the case? Tell us that at least. Like I said, I traded for the dirt on Gordy. What are you gonna do if Gordy doesn't exist? I'll quit being an investigating photographer. What? After all, I only have one photo to my name so far. Was it a good one? You bet. UFO? Anyway, if I can't get a career-making photo this time around, then that's it. I'll quit and go back to school. Huh? So you really are a university student? Yeah, well, I'm taking a bit of a break for a bit. Right. Okay. Well, let's look for some clues for Gordy, I guess. You got anything new? Tell me. That's the guy that's selling my dogs faster than I could cook them. Do you think Gordy really exists? Nah. I think somebody probably saw something else that they just thought was Gordy. But I'll keep selling samurai dogs until the truth's out. Can't get over the samurai dogs. The original samurai dogs, no less. Hey man, whoever calls their product the original first wins. Why don't you add world famous to the sign? Hey! Not a bad idea, Nikki! What have I done? Huh. I almost didn't see that signpost. Left, boat docks, right, exit. Trash can's empty, at least the place is well maintained. Yep, that's a tree. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big. Yeah. Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake? Oh yeah, because yep, used to grow gourds here, and yeah, this is still the same. Okay, well, let's look around the boat rental shop, maybe? Damn birds. Oh, UFO. I get it now. I get it now. I didn't read it like that. A small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone's around. Okay. Yep, that's still the same. Yeah, there's nothing here, so... Guess if there's nothing here, let's go back to the entrance. Let's ask the police if they know about Gordy. Hey, police!
Hey there, pal. What's up? You look out of sorts. Wait, you didn't go and do something that's going to hurt Mr. Edwards' case again?
What do you mean, again?
Whatever. Have a seat, pal. I'm here for you if you need anything. Besides money, that is.
How's the investigation proceeding?
It's not, really. We have another meeting coming up. We're supposed to talk about Mr. Edgeworth's motive.
His motive?
See, Mr. Edgeworth's father died in the DL6 incident. And the guy who got the lone suspect declared innocent was the victim in this case. Robert Hammond. They're saying that's why Mr. Edgeworth shot him.
And Edgeworth never talks about his past. I bet they'll drag that out and hit him with it in court tomorrow, too. Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I gotta admit, it doesn't look good, pal.
Yeah, B-Dog's doing a great job with those voices. All the voices.
Thank you. Thank you. I try really hard.
Say, Detective Gumshoe, do you know Gordy?
Monster down in Gourd Lake? Not personally, no.
Well, we're looking for it.
Huh? Are you out of your minds? You got time to go wild monster hunting? How about doing a little questioning for me then?
Oh, thanks for the follow, Ka. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh. Detective Gumshoe is scaring me, Nick. I told Detective Gumshoe about the deal with Lada. Nick, try telling him sooner next time. Sorry.
I see, pal. Sorry for shouting at you.
You see, I really needed someone to help me on my Nargacuga. That's why I was excited when you said about monster hunting.
Okay. I, Detective Gumshoe, will aid your search for Gordy.
Nice. Huh?
I'll loan you one of our newest secret weapons for finding evidence.
A gun. Really?
You can take whichever one you like.
Okay, give us the goods.
Hold on now, everything in due time. First, let me show them to you. These are our best and brightest. Introducing secret weapon number 1, Missile.
Missile?
He's a K9 police dog, still in training. Missile! Here, boy.
Oh,
It's a corgi.
little puffers. I love it. Wolf.
No, it's just woof. Here he is.
Hey, he's cute. Look, Nick, cute dog. A cute dog. And this will help us. How? Wolf. Oh, thanks for the dead corgi bits. I appreciate it so. Yeah, helps with the corgi on the screen.
Next, secret weapon number 2, a fishing pole.
It's a Shiba. See?
Here, this is my own personal pole.
Bloody with the straight facts.
It's a Shiba. Sorry. I don't immediately recognize a certain breed. But no, in all seriousness, though.
Because the corgis...
Shibas are adorable.
Yes, Shibas are amazing. To be fair, I couldn't see, like, the legs on that thing, so... 100% know if it's a corgi if it's super short.
Yeah.
Detective Gumshoe? We're looking for a monster.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to catch a whole sea monster with a fishing pole?
Never know till you try, pal. Okay, this next one is the last one.
No, please, I'm already overwhelmed by our choices.
Secret weapon number 3, a metal detector. Here.
Detective Gumshoe? We're looking for something alive.
Right.
How are we supposed to find it with a metal detector?
Hey, you never know. It might have been eating soda cans. Well, which will it be?
I can't make up my mind, Nick. It all seems so perfect.
I can't make up my mind either. For the totally opposite reason. Oh well.
So I will tell you this. You do have the option to come back and try
switch it
something
around.
different. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to test out if you want to try something out, don't be afraid to do so.
Okay, cool. Alright, let's bring the doggo. I wanted to do the metal detector, but now that I know I could switch it out.
Yeah.
Doggo time! Can we borrow a missile?
Sure thing, pal. Be good to him.
Woof.
Woof.
He's so cute! Oh boy.
Oh man, it'd be funnier if I just like voice him with my gumshoe voice and just
Let's do it.
just woof.
Woof. Oh, Zozo, you're so kind. Stop throwing bits. I appreciate the 100 corgi bits.
We're hunting bionic krakens. Bro, that was still the most terrifying thing when we were playing Sea of Thieves. That freaking kraken showed up.
Oh
on
yeah, out of nowhere.
Oh my god, that was terrifying. I was like sitting there like, wait, why did it get so dark? Why is the music getting intimidating? And the tentacles just
start rising from the. Yeah, that was. I remember doing that my first time, man. That was so cool.
We barely escaped.
Hey, Nick.
Hmm?
Missile's been acting strangely.
A missile? Oh, oh right. That little creature of the detectives. Hey, I love little doggies. Good boy, good boy. Oh.
Grar.
What's wrong, Missile?
Yep.
Appa, yip yip.
Missile! Missile!
Which one?
Eating the samurai dogs.
Oh my god. Whoa, cannibal! It's something!
Eating my samurai dogs.
My samurai dogs! My samurai dogs.
Wow. He ate every single one.
I'm sorry, Larry. Sorry! Sorry! Don't pay my bills, Nick! It's gonna have to this time.
That's the scene you get for having missile.
Well... That nice. Larry, sorry, let me... I'll make it up to you. Here, I don't know what else to do. Take this!
Actually,
Objection!
Actually, I wonder, does Missile have any dialogue from near the boat rental shop?
I'll try. Also, B-Dog, you gotta look at the screen. On the stream.
I think I missed it
Here you go.
because of my...
We're gonna just run away from, Larry, here you go. This is all I got to replace your dogs. Alright, take this. Bye!
I'm watching a stream right now.
We're gonna go this...
Oh,
No, there's nothing in the boat rental.
I am so proud of you.
Wait.
Alright, well, that's it for Missile, so you can go back. No.
Back to the entrance. Alright, that scene was worth it. Alright, well, I gotta see the, Let's do the fishing pole. Can we borrow that flimsy-looking fishing pole?
Sure thing, pal. Oh, if it breaks, be sure to dispose of it properly, okay?
Right. Fishing pole. I like how we can keep coming back and forth.
Yeah.
Man, Larry looks so done with me. We're gonna go this way.
Okay, Nick, this looks like a good spot.
A good spot for what?
Time to do some fishing.
She's serious. What are you gonna use for bait?
Oh,
Yeah, oh. I figured something like this would happen. We should have brought Miss along with us too. At least then we'd have bait.
Nick, how could you?
I'm kidding.
Here, have an apple pie. Calm down.
Some jokes are better left untold. Just kidding. Here, just use this for bait. I love it. I'm so glad I got that done.
I can't wait for like when you get like a sound tied to that.
I need to get a sound tied to that.
Just a just a slap. I'm a slap apple pie.
Oh my goodness. Oh shit.
Okay, watch this, Nick.
Just try not to reel in any empty cans or boots, okay?
Here we go.
There I watched her tie the apple pie to the end of the string, and...
My leg! Hey! What are y'all doing? Sorry, Lotta.
Don't tell me y'all are some film company's payroll.
Nick, pay her.
My poor wallet. Is that just the scene for the fishing pole? Well, Lotta, I hate to leave and okay, she's distracted. Run! Anything here? Nope, nothing with the fishing pole. Let's go. Entrance. And let's go get the metal detector. I'm pretty sure that's the actual thing. Should we borrow that metal detector? Oh, B-Dog died. Sure thing, pal.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not sure what we're going to find with this.
Remember, you're hunting for a monster. Anything is possible. Anything.
Hey look, achievement unlocked. I don't think you guys see that, but I unlocked an achievement for using all three. Nice. I'm just imagining I'm walking by Larry with my my head down. Oh. Ooh. Beep beep beep.
Nick! It's beeping. The metal detector found something.
Sure is loud enough about it. Whatever it is, it must be in those bushes. Go check it out, Maya.
Why do I have to check it out? Nick, look.
Huh? Oh, excuse me. An air tank? Huh? The valve looks broken.
I thought it was Gordy.
Maya, first of all, why would Gordy be in the bushes? And second of all, why would a metal detector react to a sea monster?
Oh.
Huh? Something wrapped around the air tank. Looks like a string of flags? Well,
We might as well take it with us now that we found it.
it's heavy. Air tank of dubious value. Of dubious value. Nice. Hey, Larry, I know you're mad, but have you seen this? What? An air tank? What about it? Larry, I wanted to ask you about this tank. Have you seen it before? Huh? Me? No, never! Who the heck would go diving in the middle of the winter? There's something about his eyes twitching that showed him the tank, when I showed him the tank. Maybe I better pursue this line of questioning a little further. Say, is this air tank yours? Why would I have a thing like that? Look, see how there's a string of flags around the tank valve? It's just like the string of flags around your Steel Samurai there. Must be a coincidence. There's strings of flags everywhere these days. Like elementary schools. And used car dealerships. Look, why would I need a tank anyways? To inflate something. You used this to inflate that, didn't you? Inflate what? What else? That big puffy Steel Samurai. Now, why would you go asking me a question like that? Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Right. Actually, see, the compressor I always used was on the fritz. So I tried using the tank to inflate it just once. And, it didn't go so well. As I suspected. It didn't go so well? Yeah. Do you think you could be a little more specific? Come on! Look, it's embarrassing, so I really don't want to talk about it. Tell us! Tell us! Fine. Whatever. It's like what I said, the compressor was busted. So I took the tank and tried to fill the Samurai up with that. And then... blam. The valve busted open and made this incredible noise. And that tank there took off like a rocket. And it took my poor deflated Steel Samurai with it. What? Off into Gourd Lake? It sure scared me out of my gourd, that's for sure. So the tank and the Steel Samurai you were trying to fill up flew away? What happened next? Well, all that happened on the 20th or so. 20th? A week ago. Now, as far as I could see, the tank went flying out into the lake. So I went out every night in the boat looking for it. I mean, Kyansa gave me that Steel Samurai after all. And when did you find it? Just the night before last. It flew away out there. It took me 4 whole days to find it. The night before last was the night of the murder. Sorry for not telling you, Nick. Actually, I was here on the night of the murder. But you see, I went home before midnight. So, you didn't know about what happened? No. That's too bad. It's not all bad. We've solved one mystery at least. Oh, mystery? Maybe we should go tell her. Well, sorry, Lada, but we gotta ruin your dreams. Well, Mr. Lawyer, I've got that info y'all need. Y'all got the scoop on Gordy for me yet? Lada, there's no such thing as Gordy. What? How can y'all be so sure? Really, Nick? Y'all got some proof that Gordy don't exist? Proof that Gordy doesn't exist is here! Of course I have proof. No lawyer worth his badge would make a claim without the proof to back it up. Here's the proof that Gordy doesn't exist. Larry's air tank? What y'all doing with my air tank? This is Gordy. Excuse me? What exactly are you saying, Nick? There's a stand near here. A hot dog stand. There's a giant inflatable samurai doll there. About a week ago, an idiot who happened to be a friend of mine tried to fill it. He used this air tank, and when the valve blew, the tank flew into the lake. Apparently, it made a pretty loud bang when it flew. Bang? The tank, along with the still deflated samurai, fell into the lake. At the same time. Yep. The couple was taking a photograph of the lake. This photo. Wait, so you're saying that Gordy is really the Steel Samurai? Everything's the Steel Samurai, Maya. You just have to believe hard enough, apparently. Well, that's a fine way to ruin a gal's dreams. I'm sorry, Lotta. Nah, it's okay. You win. I'll give you your info, like I promised. Poor Lotta. So, tell us this information you have. Promise is a promise, I guess. I overheard the cops around here saying something about the witness tomorrow. They said he's the caretaker of the boat rental place up the path here. Boat rental? There's someone there? I mean, it looks so deserted. Just an old guy, living all by himself. Y'all should go check it out. Thanks, Lotta. We will. Let's get cracking, Nick. Hold on. Something else? Yeah. The night of the murder. My camera clicked twice, you know? Wait. So you have another photo? Well, yeah. But there's nothing in it at all. Just the lake. I figured it wouldn't be much use as evidence, so I kept it to myself. Well, it might not be helpful at all, but here, take it. It was an empty lake, taken automatically on 12/24 at 11:50. Bye now. Y'all take care. Time for me to pack up and leave. Oh, poor Lotta. Yeah, poor Lotta. It's all Larry's fault. The legend still lives on, I guess. The legend? Yeah. The legend of Larry. Familiar to all who know him for any length of time. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Of course. Steel Samurai 3-star monster. Oh my god, did you really find that? Well, I'll show 3 stars. Bruh. Is that actually a monster card? I'd be surprised. Or I wouldn't be surprised. Someone should whip that butts into shape. Well, we just ruined a lady's dreams. You have anything new? Nope. Let's go to the boat rental. Hey. Gotta eat. Hey, Nick. This is the boat shop that Lotta was talking about. You're right. Doesn't seem anyone around. Seem that anyone's. English is hard. Doesn't seem to be anyone around at all. Well, let's go check it out anyway. Ooh, Barret. December 26th, Caretaker Shack. Oh.
What you want to do?
You want to give him a voice? Since I've literally been doing everyone in this whole park. What would be good, in your professional Phoenix Wright opinion?
Okay, I appear to be back.
All right.
I don't know what happens when like these cables get moved a specific way. They kind of go on the fritz.
Oh, that's not good.
No. Yeah, I can't really explain it. What do you mean device is ready? It's already been set up. This computer.
I didn't mean to hit that button. Sorry, caretaker. I accidentally smacked him with a pie. I'm just trying to adjust my sitting and I accidentally pressed the button.
Good job. Okay, yeah, I can give it a shot. Here, let me just quickly do this. And sorry, I was just placing an order for food.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
It's gonna be like 45 minutes before it's ready. So, alrighty. Meg, that you?
There we go. That's a good one.
Hey, is that Keith with you? Where have you two been? I've been worried sick.
Nick, you handle this.
I think I'll leave this one up to you, Maya.
Meg,
Yes?
finally made up your mind, have you?
My mind?
You'll run the pasta shop when I'm gone.
Pasta?
Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. You make your old man proud. When you kids left the house, I didn't know what to think. How am I supposed to keep this place running, an old man like me? Polly, the kids are home. Hello, hello. Quack.
Nick, what was that?
A parrot. The one on the perch.
Keith,
Yes?
I leave the wet noodle in your capable hands, sonny.
Nick, what's the wet noodle?
Based on the available evidence, I'd say it's the name of his pasta shop.
That's a relief, isn't it, Polly? Hello, hello. Quack. Yep.
He fell asleep.
I guess he's relieved?
Well, all right.
I hope you get used to him dozing off. He's gonna do it a lot.
Nice.
I always do that sound whenever he does.
Perfect.
Just a big snoring inhale.
Well, I hope he doesn't mind as I look through his stuff. Looks like a kitchen unit. It's pretty clean. Funny, he doesn't look like the type who'd keep things tidy like that.
You're forgetting, Nick. He's running a pasta shop here. Wow, what an amazing parrot that is! Good morning. Hello! It ignored me.
What? You forgot, Meg? You gotta call her name first.
Her name?
Polly, how you been? Hello, hello, squawk. See?
Neat. So the parrot's name is Polly. Too bad all she can say is hello.
Har har har. Old Polly can say lots of things. You just need to know the secret words.
Secret words.
Secret words? Polly, what's your name?
Polly, squawk.
Cute.
found a new friend.
Look, Nick. He has an electric blanket on his table. Looks warm. That's a great idea. We should do that at the office. We can sit down with our clients, snug and warm, and drink hot cocoa.
And what talk about murders?
And what? Talk about murders?
That's what I was just like, wait. I mean, yeah.
You're a party pooper, Nick.
I mean, I would love one of these.
It sounds like it'd be nice.
Especially in the winter. Wow, there's a lot of various fish in Gourd Lake, aren't there?
Now I'm just imagining you going Kazuma and Suki.
Just hiding under
Come
the...
on, John, let's go on an adventure. Blast her with ice magic. Come on it. Slide back in.
Good old Konosuba.
Either you'd be doing it or she would.
I can see vice versa.
I could literally see both of you doing that to each other.
Something's funny, Nick. All these fish are saltwater fish. Wow, he has a television in here too. Look,
Safe.
a little safe. It's locked. This fishing pole looks expensive.
And the garbage.
You
Darn
already
it.
did.
That's not, darn it. That's the television.
I think that's it for examining.
Yeah. Well. Maybe Maya's really into fish. That's how she knows it's saltwater fish. Who knows?
Food is fishy. Whereas this game likes to call them hamburgers. Literally, that awkward zombie comic. Shut up and eat your hamburgers, Apollo. It's a plate of sushi.
Darn it. I was trying to get him like on when he's trying to go on his left. It's like a whole mini game on itself.
It's a freaking rhythm heaven. Go, 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 go. Ready now?
Oh my goodness! I need to just machine gun these.
That's what you need. You need another GIF where it says, and you just got like apple pie.
Oh my god! Yeah, I just need to like delay a bunch.
Just Gatling gun. Oh,
Yep.
that'd be so good.
And like, since there's like a little delay at the beginning, I can just have the Gatling sound, gun sound where it's like revving up.
Exactly.
Perfect. More ideas. I love it.
More work.
More work. Pasta shop?
Yep, to think the wet noodle will live on when I'm gone. My father started it, you know, so that makes you two the third generation. Meg,
Yes?
tomorrow we'll start with the secrets of dough tossing.
Dough tossing?
You too, Keith.
Yes?
You'll be the best pasta wrangler the West has ever seen.
Pasta wrangler? The West? Isn't pasta from Italy?
Meg,
Yes?
you know the best pasta's always been made west of the Rockies, don't you?
Right, of course. Everyone knows that. Nick?
Huh?
How long do we have to keep this all in the family charade?
This old man must know something about the murder. We're not leaving until we find out what that is.
Ugh.
This is a boat rental shop, right? Alright, I need to time it to where the apple pie hits his face as soon as the thing explodes. His nose bubble. I'm gonna try that.
What are you talking about? This here's the Palace of Pasta, the wet noodle. Though now that you mention it, we haven't gotten many orders for spaghetti lately. All the kids come up and say, "Yo, dude, we want to ride in one of your boats." That's why I keep them boats out there. Youngsters these days, darned if I understand them.
I'm pretty confused myself. Nick, this isn't going anywhere. This old man is the witness tomorrow, right? Gotta find some way to get information out of him.
Dang it!
Oh.
It was a second late.
My memory's gotten worse of late. That's why I just tell everything important to old Polly here.
Everything important? I wonder. Polly, what's the number to the safe?
Oh.
1228, squat!
Alright.
Hey, Polly, watch it, will ya?
See, Nick, all it takes is a little clever thinking.
And a criminal mind. I was about to say the same exact thing, Phoenix.
Quick, Nick, write that number down.
Hey, don't get me involved in your little heist schemes. Well, let's go check this safe again, I guess.
You're gonna try to open his safe right in front of him?
Yeah, of course. You wouldn't do that?
No! Wait till he's gone!
Well, sir,
I
I don't got anything else here.
think you can show him the crime? I feel like where the autopsy report would be.
Yeah, that or the autopsy.
Now listen here, Keith. Remember what tricolor pasta we were talking about? Our rainbow aioli. I figured out the last color we should use, indigo blue.
Indigo blue? That didn't seem to work the way I thought it might.
Let's see.
Darn it.
Nope. Same
Nope.
thing.
Yep.
Rainbow aioli. Now featuring indigo blue.
Maybe if I go outside, there's something different.
What if you present his parrot? I wonder what he'll say.
What will he say?
I actually don't remember what advances the story here, so.
Dang it! Half a second off. I'm getting better at this. We're learning. Okay, tricolor pasta. I mean, it's giving me more practice. Okay, way too soon.
You want to do it as the bubble is blinking faster.
Well, the only thing that sucks is that my apple pie has a slight delay when I press the button. It's like press button and it's like 1, 2, and then it shoots.
Right.
Oh, I press it way too
Yeah,
soon.
like 1, 2.
Yep.
So yeah, you'd want it like the moment it starts to move a little bit faster. Like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna be a master of this. No one else was playing Phoenix right and doing this.
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, it's still that slight delay. Alright, once I press the A button... Almost. Okay, I think I have to press it first, then press the A button. Well, let's try it. Okay, a little too soon. I guess I just have to press the A button faster. Almost. I think that was the closest so far.
Oh, I remember now. I know what you need to present. I just remembered. It's the attorney's badge.
Oh. I was about to get to it anyways.
Yeah. But like the one time in the game where it actually freaking matters, you need to present your attorney's badge.
Yep. That was almost spot on.
That a lawyer's badge?
Yes, it is. I don't believe it. This old guy's the first person to recognize my badge.
I get it.
Huh?
Yep. I got you figured out now. You're not Keith!
Nick, now's our chance to clear things up.
Sir? No, I'm not Keith.
And I'm not Meg either.
We're here to investigate a murder that took place on the lake that other night.
Please, help us.
A lawyer, huh?
Please, mister.
Alright, I'll help. But on one condition.
What's that?
When this case is over and done, you'll run the wet noodle.
Oh, is that what the next sequels are in? Instead of writing co-offices, this is where I work now. It all makes sense.
We can't promise that.
I can't make that promise.
Is that any way to treat your old man? God, you want my help? You've come to the wrong man.
Uh-oh. Now he's grumpy.
Not to mention, he still thinks we're his kids. Maybe we should lie and just tell him.
Nick, are you sure about this? Hey, anything to get this case solved.
Also, who wouldn't want to eat Phoenix noodles?
I mean, I'd want to eat those.
That sounds nice.
They sound like they'd be delicious.
I guess so.
That's my boy. Good for you, Keith.
Wait, didn't I just say...
You too, Meg.
Yes?
You bring a tear to your old man's eye, you know? Now, what was that you wanted to know? Speak up, Polly. Hello, squad.
Now he's talking to the bird again. How do we get him to talk to us?
you hold this gun up to him.
That's probably the most genuine Master Roshi chuckle I ever did. Just
Yeah, that was actually really good.
Polly, here's my only friend in the world. Isn't that right, Polly? Hello, squawk. Yep.
Now I should present him the murder. Nope.
I think you can just talk to him now. Oh.
Attorney's badge again.
You won't be needing that badge to run a pasta shop. Toss it.
I think I'll hold on to it if you don't mind.
You presented the autopsy, right?
Yeah.
So maybe try the actual photo? Oh, there we go.
Yep, I've seen this.
You know something about this, sir?
Keith,
Yes?
it's okay. You can call me Dad.
Dad? You know something about this?
Yep, the other night, out on the lake.
Yes? Yes?
I know all about that. I've seen it.
What? Tell us what you saw.
Well, I suppose. Since you're taking over the shop and all.
Now I
Now
can talk.
I forget the time, but it was pretty dark outside. Probably night. Yep.
It was after midnight, but okay.
Then I heard this bang, so I looked outside. Then I heard another one, bang. A little while later, this boat comes back. And a young man walked by my window here. He was muttering something to himself, yup.
What did he say?
Yep. I forgot. I'll remember tomorrow by court time, promise.
We need to know earlier than that.
You know what? Eh? Little Terry was just here.
Terry?
Yup, that kid next door. You always used to make him cry, remember? He was wearing this tattered old coat, got himself some whiskers growing out his face.
You must be talking about Detective Gumshoe.
He comes up and tells me to come down to court tomorrow.
Really?
Somehow I don't think we're going to get much useful information from this guy. Maya, maybe we should be leaving.
I think you're right. Oh wait, I had one more question.
Huh?
Polly, have we forgotten something?
Squawk! Don't forget DL6! Squawk!
Huh? What did she just say, Nick? One more time, Polly.
Don't forget DL6! Squawk!
What?
The DL6 incident? Hey, mister, I mean Dad. Dang it, the apple pie's not making him wake up. This is getting weird. Who is this old guy? I even tossed the pie and he's getting immune. God. Damn it, Zozo.
That's like always my favorite fucking joke is when someone's like snoring, they're like,
I haven't heard that forever.
like it slays me every time. I
Oh my
don't
goodness.
know why. It's just funny to picture literally
Yeah,
anyone
anyone.
snoring like that.
I'm totally doing that to Suki tonight. Because she says I snore really loud.
You should totally pretend to be snoring and just act that. It should be
I'm gonna like snore for like normally, like I'll just pretend like I fell asleep for like 5 minutes or something, and then just out of nowhere. All right, I'll let you know how that goes. I'll let you know how that goes later.
Please do. I want to know just what her reaction is. To it.
Okay, let's continue.
Why would that bird Polly know about DL6?
You have to figure out who that old man is.
Oh,
What?
he locked the door from the other side.
Who could that old man be? I think I need to do a little bit more research on this DL6 incident. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe. To the Gumshoe Mobile! Hi Larry, bye Larry.
Hey, pal, long time no see. You don't look so happy. What's wrong this time?
Actually, we wanted to ask you something.
Yeah?
We should ask
Oh, yeah?
Red White of Blue Corp.
Oh, fuck off.
I mean, in jail he doesn't have all of his bling.
You can't prove that.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty oh man, because I think I've actually, well, I know for one person in particular in the Phoenix Wright franchise, you get to see them in their jail cell, and they look no different than how they looked in court.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, Maya wasn't like. They're like, you can't wear that giant ass necklace.
Yeah, well, she was being held in detention, not necessarily.
No, like
specifically, but like, yeah, no, she's technically not supposed to be wearing any of that.
Mm-hmm.
No one should. So there's a good chance Red White still has all of his jewels on him.
Every guard checks. He hides his bling in his prison pocket. God damn it, Tater.
Jesus.
God's pocket.
Ugh.
You know the boat rental shop down at Gorge Lake?
Oh yeah.
The old man who runs it is appearing as a witness in court tomorrow, right?
Huh? How do you? That was supposed to be top secret.
Do you know who that old man is, Detective?
Actually, I don't. He's a bit of an odd bird. I haven't been able to get a straight answer out of him. I decided first that he wasn't persuasive enough to stand and testify as a witness. That's why we called Miss Lotta Hart yesterday. As for who he is, we have absolutely no idea.
Sounds suspicious.
Detective Gumshoe, please help us.
Huh?
We need to know more about the DL6 incident. That was when Edgeworth's father died. I can't help him, but I can't help but think that it has something to do with this current case.
To tell the truth, I don't know much about DL6 either. Mr. Edgeworth forbade us from reading the file. So, I'm afraid I can't show them to you either, pal.
What?
However, if you can convince me somehow that the DL6 incident is related to this case, well, I guess I'd consider opening the file up. Exactly that.
The bird.
Mm-hmm. What's that, a parrot?
I'm like thinking that you kidnapped the parrot. Yeah, I brought it with me from the boat shop. The old man at the boat's rental shop parrot. The parrot knew about that incident.
That incident?
DL6.
What?
Polly, have we forgotten something?
Squawk! Don't forget, DL6! Squawk!
Huh?
I'm pretty sure that old man must have taught her that word.
Yeah, but how would that old man know about the DL6 incident?
Wait, what if that old man was connected to DL6?
Nick, you think he might be?
I get you. Sounds like you need information on the DL6 incident. Through there is the station's record room. I'll give you special permission to go in and find what you need.
All right. Way to go, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, Nick, to the records room.
I guess it's time we faced Edgeworth's past. Alright. New room.
DL6 incident.
Wow, it's amazingly dusty.
You need level Q clearance to read this case file. You gotta sign in and swipe this card first, though. Dude, I don't know about this police department, but man, if you played a, what do you call it, Judgment, man, the facility over there, you needed like 17 million key cards to get anywhere.
Yeah.
10 years of files and 10 years of dust, I guess.
Let's find the DL6 stuff quick.
15 years ago. Both me and Edgeworth were 9 years old. We were almost through with 4th grade when he suddenly transferred. Because of DL6?
Nick, I found out where the file is.
Oh, thanks! Just let me know what you want to know about the DL6 incident. I'll go get the right file. Well, first, we must examine everything. Here are files of collected case reports. There's quite a large volume of reports here.
Wow, these are all case reports?
Yeah, it's like a graveyard of police cases. I guess my sister's case report is in here too, quietly gathering dust. There are shelves stuffed with case files in the back of the room too. Forgotten cases rotting away for eternity.
Nick, let's get what we need to get out of here. All this dust's getting to me.
Looks like there are files inside that glass case. The case is so dusty I can't see what's inside.
Nick, it's locked.
And let's keep important case files in there. Anything else? Nope. That's it. Well, first I have to get a handle on the main facts, like a summary.
Right. Summary. Found it! Here you go.
December 28th, 2001.
That's exactly 15 years ago, from the day after tomorrow.
Didn't this game come out in like 2009 or something?
Phoenix, right?
Yeah, this first game. GBA, so that was 2005. Because the DS came out 2006, right? 2005 is my guess. Phoenix shapes his pies into replicas of the key cards. Bruh.
Let's see here.
Oh, yeah,
Released in 2001 for the Game Boy Advance.
whoa, even older.
And then 2005 was when it got brought here.
Oh, so I'm not technically
yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, you're not technically wrong. Your guess is technically right in terms of when we got Phoenix,
Yeah.
right. And it was the DS version, so it was updated. But originally, Ace Attorney came out in 2001.
Oh, interesting. Also, hope you guys appreciated that title. I don't even know how it pops up for you guys. I just typed it out because I was like, I need a title for today. So in 2 days, the case is closed. The incident took place in the elevator of the district courthouse.
What? Is this the same district courthouse where we're holding the trial now?
Looks like it. There was a large earthquake at 2 p.m. on that day. Part of the court building collapsed, and all of the lights went out. Wait, how come none of the confetti shook out? Man.
I have no idea.
I think that would have been a funny touch.
It would have been, yeah.
Wow, that was some earthquake.
At the time, 3 people were trapped in the elevator. It took 5 hours for them to be rescued. 5 hours!
That would be scary like that, in the dark.
There was a lack of oxygen in the elevator, and the survivors were unconscious.
The survivors?
One of the 3 in the elevator had been shot in the heart. That was Mr. Edgeworth's father, wasn't it? Oh, thanks for the bit, Tater. I appreciate it. The delayed confetti. At least we can make the janitor pick those up. Dude, that would be a great gif. Man, you guys have been giving me too much work for gifs. He said that his father was shot before his very eyes. So, Miles Edgeworth was one of the other passengers in the elevator. Victim data. Do you have data on the victim's Edgeworth father?
Yeah, hold on. Victim. Here, found it. Gregory Edgeworth, 35, defense attorney. If he were still alive, he'd be 50. He had lost that day's case in court and got in the elevator with his son Miles. Miles? Miles Edgeworth, of course. So he was in the elevator with his father? From the angle of the bullet and other evidence, it could not have been a suicide. The murder weapon, a pistol, was found in the elevator. The pistol had been fired 2 times. Where have I heard that before? Huh. Sounds just like this current case. What's going on here? Got any idea, data on the suspect in there? That'd be the guy that my mom got arrested. Hold on. This is it. The man arrested as a suspect in TL6 was Yanni Yogi? He was a clerk in the court, apparently. So he must have been the 3rd person in the elevator. Well, then he had to have done it. But he was found innocent thanks to his defense lawyer, Robert Hammond. Hammond? The victim in our case. Right. The suspect, Mr. Yogi, was oxygen deprived, so much so he had brain damage. He lost all memory of being in the elevator. After he was declared innocent, he disappeared. Where could Yogi have gone to, I wonder? Maybe closer than we think. I guess I know generally what happened in DL6 now. I still don't know what sort of impact the whole thing had on Edgeworth. Yeah, big rip Zozo. Nick? Are we going to take the whole file? There's too much. We'll never get it out. You're right. How about we just take what we think we need? Cool. Right. That's probably all we'll be able to find here. All that's left is the trial tomorrow. I wonder how Dad will do testifying in court. To be continued. Nice. Made it through that.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm at that point. So I'm starving, but I also really, really want to keep going just because I want to see what's going on. My life is hard, guys. Should I go eat or should I continue?
Well, it depends, because you were saying, do you still need to wrap up early, or does it look like you're going to be able to go for the whole thing?
I technically need to wrap up early so I can get some stuff faster. I know, Alright, well, if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. I need to go see what's happening in this case. Oh, don't worry, there's a bunch of pizza downstairs. I could probably just eat that.
Yeah, everyone's telling you to go eat, then come back.
I mean, sure, here. Alright, what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna put you guys on my Be Right Back screen. And I'll just go heat up a pizza real quick or something. Oh, thank you, Zozo. I appreciate even more bits. That is so much bits. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you're gonna be like rich this coming payout.
Oh my! I feel so bad. Why is everyone tossing money at me?
Because everyone clearly likes making you suffer.
Apparently. Also, did that? Oh wait, that one did get approved, didn't it? Huh. I want to try it out real quick.
Which one got approved?
The first half of the of the objection apple pie. Nope.
It just got approved.
Okay, because it's not even popping up for me.
Oni-chan?
Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you again for the 10 bits. Alright, like I said, I'm gonna put you guys on my Be Right Back screen. I'll go heat up a pizza real quick. Enjoy this episode of Bad Ventures on my TV. Yay! Well, I'm glad it got approved right in the middle. So I'll be right back.
They can't hear the Bad Ventures thing. Oh wait, I have it muted. Oh, well, this music and such. My food's probably gonna be here soon. Probably in like the next 5 minutes or something. Man, I wish people aim to make me miserable. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Nah, I'm kidding. It's really cool of y'all to be supporting him like that. He says he feels bad, but I assure you, he greatly appreciates it. Bomb casually in the corner. Oh yeah, it's an Ocarina of Time bomb. Gotta get that Zelda representation going on. I think I just realized the context of this be right back screen is, I guess, his character like taking the time to figure out what it is he's going to play. He's so close to meeting his sub goal. Sub goal? Yeah. Basically, in order to unlock more emotes for your channel, you need to reach a certain number of subs in order to do it. So basically, he has access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 5 sub emotes right now. But, yeah, there you go, Tater. Perfect. But if he manages to reach the next sub goal, he will gain access. He will unlock more emote slots, so that he can then commission for more emotes that you guys can have access to. Oh, that's my cue. Be right back. Hello. Alright, see you there.
Okay, I'm back. Oh my god. Oh, I also just noticed that the sub goal isn't 100% correct. What the? Cody? Wait! What? Cody, I'm actually about to cry. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I'm so happy. Thank you guys so much for everything. I really do appreciate it. Here I was about to just stuff pizza in my mouth. No, this is what's happening. Thank you so much, guys. Like, this actually does mean a lot. Oh. Well, we made sub goals, so I'll get the next emote prepared because it's already done. It's gonna be pretty nice. It's gonna be the apple pie being eaten, so that'll look nice. Also, I appreciate the use of the apple pies. Wait, why is the alert box like right behind sub goal? I gotta fix that. But seriously though, like I don't know how if I could say like any like more differently. Like, thank you so much, guys. Like, I really appreciate everything. Thank you, Cody, and I'm about to just drop a bunch of subs on Suki's channel too. Oof. Oh. Hey, B-Dog. Are you back? Schlack-a-lack, back. Oh, man, thank you for the Bitstater. Honestly, guys, like, I feel so bad. I just need to go back and start, like, gifting subs and bits to everyone again. Once I can afford it. Alright, well, I guess we'll wait till B-Dog comes back, and then we'll get started again. Huh. Is this not sized correctly? Let me fix this. That should be fine. I think that's what it should size now. There we go. Good screen. There we go. I'm so glad you guys are all using the emotes now. It actually means a ton. And I just think I saw that one earlier. Tossing it at Suki's pouty face. I didn't think about that, but that's an amazing thing I can start doing at Suki's. Oh my god, that's gonna be so fun. I'm guessing B-Dog's food is there now too, so he's picking it up. Bruh. Oh, that's true, too. We can have other emotes throwing the apple pies, not just mine. Well, if you guys are ever curious, the artist that did my emotes his name on Twitter is Darside, I believe. D-A-R-S-I-D-E. Hey, let me actually link it. Oh, thank you. Because that bit alert was so late. Here, let me link you guys the artist real quick, because he deserves some love, and he does so much. And he doesn't seem like he's been getting too much work, so if you guys ever need a commission for any really good cute emotes, this is the man with the plan. Sure. Copy. I'm gonna stick it on here and voila. Yeah. Please check out him for the emote commissions. They're all fantastic. Did anyone know how long B-Dog? Oh my god, what even is that? Abs Oh my god, I love it. But did anyone know how long B-Dog's gonna be gone? If anything, I might just nom this pizza slice real quick and then just get started for now. Because I'm genuinely curious to see how this case is gonna go. I hope you guys don't hear me while snacking too much. I haven't eaten anything since 12. And it's 9 o'clock now, so definitely needed to eat something. Oof. Exciting. Everyone also check out Tater. He's just started Danganronpa 2, and that's gonna be a very fun playthrough. Yeah, he has some great art. How's since I'm streaming still, how's Suki doing on her Assassin's Creed right now? She upgrading boats and all that. I'm trying not to eat right next to the mic. Yeah, and she's watching TV in Assassin's Creed. That sounds like something she's doing. The stream's up, so I'm playing. That makes sense. Bruh, the turnaround apple pie. I love it. Also, what you guys think about my my new Be Right Back and Starting Soon screens? I actually haven't gotten like any official feedback on it yet. You're alright. Classy. Thank you. Yeah, this is actually like a conglomeration of like two different arts. The pixel art of me walking around thinking is made by a different artist, while the background was made by another artist, and I just kind of had them mash this, like, the two settings together. I still have the artist that made my sprite. I'm gonna do another thing with my sprite later too, but for now, he's not taking commissions, so I'm just gonna wait till he does another one so I can get another thing of my sprite doing something else. Yeah, I was super excited when I finally got pretty much both of them at the same time. So, my original plan with the TV screens also was I was gonna have video game trailers on there, but I don't know how to get that to work legally. So I've just been using my own videos, and by own videos I mean my VODs. So that's what's going to be on the screen for a while. until I can figure out something else that'd be cool that I could play on there. Also I need to like move this. There we go. Right. Let me eat one more slice and then I'll just get started and hopefully B-Dog will be here by then. Oh, and funny thing, so I bought pizza yesterday because I was kind of hungry, and I had like a little coupon deal thing, so I got all my pizza for like $11. Then yesterday, after doing the thing I was doing, came downstairs. Apparently, my family also bought pizza from another place, so we just have 3 boxes of pizza, which pretty much like half full all the way down there, just sitting there. So I'm good with pizza for a while.
I got my food.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice. I'm literally like halfway through the slice and I was gonna get started again. But Cody is so nice. You know what he did?
I saw.
I'm so like honestly. I feel
I think
so bad.
Cody went and did the exact same thing in Suki's stream just 2 minutes ago.
Oh my god.
Literally gifted 10 subs.
I'm about to just toss money at your boy. Two separate sub trades. So Cody, are you affiliate yet so I can toss money back at you?
Ha ha ha!
Well, guess who's gonna be affiliate soon then? Winky face. Just need to stream more. See, Tater gets it. Everyone follow Cody now. No, I'm pretty sure it's legal. So what'd you get for food?
Burger and fries with a poutine as an appetizer.
Ooh. Nice. I still have never had poutine.
Well, I hope you get to try it eventually. It's really good.
I heard.
Fries and gravy, and then you just add cheese.
That's what I was thinking too. I was just like, I could probably just make my own poutine.
Yeah.
Probably not that hard.
You want to get cheese curds, not just any other cheese. Because, like, cheddar cheese just doesn't exactly work.
It doesn't
It's
actually
not,
work.
it's not that it doesn't work, but, like, it's a very different taste.
Gotcha. Alright, are you ready to get back on track?
Nope, but let's dive in anyways.
Nice. This will be the eating edition of the trial. That's the starting soon screen. That's not right. There we go. December 27, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
The defense is One sec, Your Honor. There we go. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Hang on, I want to hear this.
Dang it, I missed.
Oh, that's perfect, because I missed the first ding.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm glad I got to catch that this time. You know, you may have a small surprise. No, don't any of you fucking dare.
So, B-Dog, you're streaming after this?
Now I don't want to tell you. Don't you fucking dare. Y'all have already spent so much. It's like, yeah, that's just it. You make Raylan feel bad, you're gonna make me feel bad because I'm the last one to be provided money to, between the three of us. And you guys have already given so much to both Suki and Raylan.
I'm gonna
So
reposition.
I'm gonna feel bad.
There we go. I'm so glad I learned how to make transparent images.
We'll make an advanced video editor out of you yet.
Yep. This is what's gonna happen for my stream. I just keep adding more and more until I just become a video editor at this point.
You're gonna become that one streamer whose stream is literally just him running around dancing and random shit while all sorts of like soundboard shit is going on. That guy literally makes bank just doing that.
Dude, that's crazy.
Like, he just has a basement dedicated to him just being a wacko the entire time, and the chat just eats it up.
Wow.
I mean, he's a genuine good guy, but it's just amazing how that's all he. How he's got so much energy to do that every time he streams. Anywho, next dialogue line, please. Very well. Apparently, the prosecution is also ready.
I'm gonna open this. My last vitamin water.
Oh, just wait till you stream, V-Dog. Just wait. Don't worry, V-Dog. We'll get the notification if you do. Even if you don't tell us no. Stay away from me.
Oh god, the Burger King can is still floating there. Menacingly. Who's the judge here anyway?
Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Very well. No opening statement, so...
Not so fast, Judge. I was taking a meaningful pause before speaking.
Right, of course.
A prediction.
Waiting for that Burger King kind of pop up again.
Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now.
Order! Order!
3 minutes?
Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now?
Oh, B-Dog, are you streaming tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have any plans for Thursday or Friday.
And now that's Saints Row's done.
Yeah, now that Saints Row is done. I mean...
I'm busy
Probably-
tomorrow, so I can't, but Cody was asking.
I probably am going to stream tonight, Final Fantasy 14, because I want to do some level grinding anyways.
Nice.
And, you know, just that way people can just come hang out, have a chill time.
Makes sense.
Oh shit, I just gave it away that I was streaming tonight. Well,
Must you question everything? It will be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I'll call my witness now.
Right.
I call my witness, my decisive witness, to the stand.
It's that mysterious bow shop owner.
Witness, state your profession.
Oh, I am the proprietor of the restaurant, the Wet Noodle at Gord Lake. And I also rent boats.
The night of the incident, you were in the boat rental shop, correct?
Yep, I was.
Please testify.
Wait a second. We still haven't heard who this old guy is. Objection! Wait a minute. Witness hasn't stated his name yet.
Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright. Bah! I have predicted this trial will end in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate.
Bruh, I love this angle and this look with the Burger King crown on.
Right?
It's perfect.
Stares at me, dog. Wet Noodle.
Yeah, right.
Oh boy.
The witness will state his name.
Well, I'm not really sure. Yep.
What do you mean?
My memory.
Your Honor, the witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Ergo, he cannot recall his own name.
He can't recall, you say?
Yes, but the incident in question took place 3 days ago. He can testify.
Very well. Let's hear this testimony then, shall we? Witness?
It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight. Yep. I was in the restaurant where I rent boats as usual. Then I heard a bang. Yep. When I looked out the window, I saw a boat just floating on the lake. Then I heard another bang. Just about then, the boat comes back to shore and a man walks by my window.
Very well. I'd like to begin the cross-examination.
There is nothing to question in my witness's testimony. Ergo, no need for cross-examination. Besides, there are only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes are up. Judge, your verdict, now!
I don't think that's how that works, buddy.
Yes. Mr. Wright?
What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness.
Very well, you may begin.
Ah!
What?
Excuse me, Mr. Von Karma?
3 minutes just passed.
I see. Well then, let's just take our time. You may cross-examine the witness.
Okay. I wanted to... Wait, dang, went a little too far. It's tough being a lawyer. Also, I'm trying to do this with one hand.
Oh yeah, Kokodi,
God dang it.
will you be joining for the Final Fantasy 14 stuff? Just thought I'd ask now while you're in chat.
By your window?
Yep, by my window, right outside the window of my little shack.
And could you see the man's face?
Well, the fog was pretty darn thick, but he was right there in front of me. I saw him.
This is a rather important detail. Please add it to your testimony.
bad feeling about this. My man was video saying, I can't believe he's dead. Are you sure? Uh-oh. Dad!
Dead certain, Keith! He said I can't believe he's dead as he was walking by, too! Witness, are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth? It was him! That Edgeworth boy!
Oh, well, he's dead.
This sounds like decisive evidence indeed. I see no room for doubt.
On Karma. He lured me into a cross-examining so he could set me up for a fall.
Nick, I don't like the way things are going here. Everyone in the courtroom is glaring at us.
Better act quick or this trial's gonna be over. Your Honor? We proved in yesterday's trial that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun.
Mr. Wright. Are you referring to the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found on the gun? And the photograph showing a man firing with his left hand?
Exactly!
That is easily explainable. He could have wiped his prints after he fired. You are ignoring the truth of the matter here. Everything in this witness's testimony is true.
The judge is lost in thought. What should I do? More objections.
Gotta keep arguing.
Yep. Your Honor! This witness claims that Edgeworth said I can't believe he's dead. But his word is all we have. If he were telling a lie...
Mr. Wright, in a court of law, the evidence tells all. Apparently, you have yet to realize even this basic fact. If you say his testimony is a lie, show us proof.
Nick, do we have evidence?
It's no good. There's nothing I can do.
Are you sure?
To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore.
Please? Can you hear me, sis? Please? Need your help. Nick needs you.
3 minutes was perhaps too high an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record.
Enough. The witness may leave the stand. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
What? No!
This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth.
Ooh.
The accused will surrender to the court immediately. To be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Ooh. Was that actually game over?
Nope.
Oh.
It's all you butts.
Who was that just now?
Me! Huh? What? Larry?
What are you doing here?
Listen, you gotta listen to me. I was there, in the park, the night of the murder. I wasn't sure about it until yesterday, but today I remembered it.
Remembered what?
The gunshot. I heard it too. Hi, Shock.
Oda!
Haven't seen you in a bit. And I usually just see you in Laura's streams. Still glad that I got some of her emotes too, but how you doing? And yeah, Kokodi is great.
Zozo, I love you for preserving that screenshot of Von Karma. There was something to question my witness's testimony, and he's got that evil grin in the bird. That's such a perfect shot.
Thank you so much for that. I didn't click on it yet, but now I gotta. Oh my
Here.
god, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is awesome.
King Karma.
I love it. Well, that'll be a new picture. Thanks for the look anyways though, Shock. Hope you're enjoying yourself. We're just doing some Phoenix right.
Should be your thumbnail for the next archives.
I should just have that as the thumbnail. Alright. Thanks, I gotta come back to that.
What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for adjournment.
One moment, Mr. Von Karma. So you say you heard a gunshot?
Yeah, I did. A gunshot. That night. I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony. Then I realized something he said was different from what I remember. Anyhow, I can't just sit here and let you call Edgy a murderer. It's just not right. I'll testify. Let me testify.
Order! Order! Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court. I'm not quite sure how to proceed.
Judge, you've already given your decision. The trial is over.
Nick, this is it. Larry's given us one final chance at this.
She's right. If only if it wasn't Larry, he could make things even worse.
Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick. It doesn't get any worse.
You're right. Okay. Your Honor, there's another witness. It is our duty to hear him speak. Right here. Right now.
A waste of time. The verdict cannot be overturned.
Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it is our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistake has been made, every witness should be heard.
What is this?
I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty.
Also, yeah, verdicts can be overturned, Von Karma. It's happened before.
Mr. Von Karma, I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now!
Opens Poutine.
What?
The court will adjourn for a 5-minute recess. After that, we will hear this new witness. Court is adjourned.
Neat. December 27, 10:28 a.m. Phew. That was too close. Sorry to keep you on edge on your... keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets. I just wonder what Larry plans to say in there.
Larry was at the lake that night.
Yes? He said he was looking for the Steel Samurai balloon that flew into the lake.
Oh, right. And he found the balloon that the air tank that night.
Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth.
Huh? You say something right?
Yeah, a lot of things. You seem out of it. What's wrong?
It's nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that?
Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon?
Oh. When he fell into the lake, I went into a daze. I couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. Then I saw the pistol lying on the floor of the boat in front of me. I picked it up without thinking. I didn't have a reason, really.
I see.
Right?
Yeah?
This might be our chance.
Our chance?
Von Karma has only ever run perfect trials.
Perfect trials?
Perfectly prepared witnesses, perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to his success. This is the first time he's ever had to deal with something unexpected. He has to let someone he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. And that someone is Larry.
What are you getting at?
It's likely his testimony will be full of holes, right?
That's right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time. We'll make this one for all it's worth.
Hey, it was 15 minutes. 15! Everything's on Larry now.
I am just gonna finish eating my food real quick, so just like
Go ahead.
taking over voiceovers for just like 5-10 minutes tops.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I'll just do what I can. Let me just drink my drink. December 27th, 10:35 a.m. Court is now back in session. Witness, please testify to the court about everything that you saw on the night of December 24th. Right. Leave it to me. Please, Larry, don't mess this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance. Von Karma didn't even have time to prep his witness. I just hope Edgeworth is right about this being our big break. That night, I was out in a boat on the lake. I was looking for something, and I found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back into the rental shop at the shop district, yeah. Then just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. That was an unusually vague testimony, even for this court. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong, Nick?
It's Larry. I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. I'm a little scared.
Well, we've come this far. There's no way to go but forward, Nick.
Alright. I think there was something I wanted to... A single gunshot. Don't I have a... I'm pretty sure it's this. I don't want to be thinking too far ahead and lose my HP again. Let's try it. Yep! Yes! I got it! Oh, wait a sec, Larry. What? You only heard one bang? You're sure? That's what I said. But Miss Lotta Hart testified yesterday she heard 2 bangs. And the old man just now said the same thing. They both heard 2 gunshots that night. Huh? Were you even listening? Were you paying attention at all to what they said? Yo, Nick, please. You know, something's been bothering me. I'm a witness, see? I'm like a customer here. So you gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay? Mr. Butts. What? You only heard 1 gunshot? Are you sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure. Huh? Not sure? How could you not be sure? Yeah, well, I might have missed the other gunshot. I was, listening to something else. Something else? My radio, dude! My headphones. What?! Order! Order! And stop that booing! Mr. Butts! You were listening to the radio with your headphones? Yeah, so what? That a crime? I listen to my radio. Everybody listens to the radio. What's the big deal? Mr. Von Karma, your opinion.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Waste of time. I do not accept this witness, nor his shoddy testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, should he continue the testimony?
I'd continue.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other, because if I say that's enough, what else do we got?
Yeah, if you don't find the truth through Larry, you're screwed.
Your Honor, please allow the witness to continue his testimony.
Bah! Nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know when he's lost.
Very well, Mr. Butts. Please give your testimony and be sure to include details like your radio.
Right, leave it to me. I wouldn't if there were any other way out of this, believe me.
When something smells, it's usually the butts.
It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve.
Oh god.
That's why I was listening to an all-request show on the radio, see? I was listening to it real booming loud, like... But I'm sure I heard that gunshot. I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too.
You were listening to your radio at a high volume?
Yeah! What's the big problem? Can't a man listen to his radio in peace? Isn't this a free country? I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is.
Judge, can you believe a word this witness says? What he heard was probably nothing more than a drum beat from the radio.
True enough, it is difficult to believe his testimony.
Wait, Your Honor! The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot.
Excuse me? DJ?
An announcer. The guy who says things on the radio. Anyway, what this means is, when he heard the sound, no music was playing. The DJ only talks between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. I'd like to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Wright.
Can't believe I'm continuing this charade. Oh, Larry.
I mean, Phoenix isn't wrong.
Yeah? Why were you lonely on Christmas?
We all know why.
Dude, that's actually a good collection of songs, Zozo. You are listening to
Crime Radio 97.9 The Edge. Top of the hour, we have I Shot the Sheriff, and then Goodbye Earl by the Dixie Chicks. Later, we have the Talking Heads with Psycho Killer, but first, here's Stand By Eminem.
What did she say?
Mr. Wright, please cease these pointless questions. What possible good could knowing what a radio DJ said do us?
Indeed, Mr. Von Karma has a point. I'll allow the question only if you see some reason why we should care. We should care.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to press the most was that.
Yeah.
We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should.
Why?
Well, how do you know if we don't ask,
Fine, very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot?
Just when she said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," I heard the gunshot.
Oh,
Hmm.
interesting.
Are you sure? Of course I am! She had this real sexy voice. Maybe Von Karma was right. I'm not sure. That did help. It's the most ludicrous testimony I've ever heard. But there is one gleaming ray of hope in there. I've got to press it.
That last statement is definitely what we want to present on.
I know. Because there was a... time is sometime on the 24th or 25th. Taking a while.
Guide, because I need to confirm my suspicions.
Because I think she wasn't until like taking it automatically. I don't want to think too far ahead.
Understandable.
Because it could be this.
Scroll down.
Alright, I'm gonna lose some HP over this. Yeah, I lost HP. Dang it. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
What was it that you tried to present?
The 1150 bangs.
Hmm.
Ah!
Well, that's just it. Because, like... Wait, 1150?
Yeah.
Show me the thing you speak of. Oh, okay. So...
That's the photo that was taken
Here-
automatically.
Here's how you want to look at this, right? So, he heard a gunshot, and he heard the DJ say, "It's almost Christmas," right?
Mhm.
So, that photo that you presented would corroborate his story. It's not a contradiction.
Oh, yeah.
So the contradiction here is, what piece of evidence do we have that doesn't match with the time frame that he says? There's technically two pieces of evidence you can provide. Both of them will lead you to the same answer.
Mm. This one. No, it's not. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking too far ahead for this one.
You presented that on the statement, "It's almost Christmas," or?
Yeah,
That's weird, it should have worked.
it should have worked.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't actually do it on the right one.
Hmm.
I'll try it one more time. Okay, I think I just accidentally didn't do it on the right one.
You might have been sitting on the "I remember what the DJ said too" part.
Probably. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct? Huh? What's with that face? You look
Okay, hang on.
scary, dude.
I'm actually gonna duck out real quick, and then I'm gonna reconnect to the call because something's going on with the audio for the game all of a sudden on my end.
Okay. I'll give it a sec. While I drink my drink. Just prove that Butts is an idiot. I mean, yeah, he really does do that on his own. You know, honestly, I like Butts. He's a good boy.
Oh, oops.
Did you duck out yet?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Takes a bite at my cold pizza. Huh? I already read that. Hey, if you're trying to scare me, you better know I don't scare that easy.
Is something the matter, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, did you hear what the witness just said? The DJ said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," when he heard the gunshot.
Sorry, just one sec.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Indeed. And
Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Do you realize what this means? When he heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve!
that would seem to be the case, yes.
But he should have heard that gunshot after midnight. This photograph is irrefutable proof of this fact.
Let's see what time was on the photo taken when the gun triggered Miss Hart's camera. 12:25, 00:15. 15 minutes after midnight on Christmas Day.
This is a clear contradiction, Your Honor.
Maybe turn off the screen share for a moment and then turn it back on. Because for some reason it's staticking the audio on my end.
Yeah, I'll try. One sec, guys.
Music is freaking out.
What about now?
Oh, that sounds so much better.
Oh, thank goodness.
I was like sitting there and it's just like do do do. I was sitting there like, who the hell is like corrupting the audio?
It's Phoenix Wright bit crushed.
Fun Karma shoving whoppers into the audio.
It's canon now.
Try to sabotage it.
Order! What does this mean? 2 prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. However, this witness says he heard a gunshot before midnight.
Judge, the answer is simple. The current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious.
What?
Well, Mr. Wright,
Oh, he's absolutely right.
Larry's not mistaken, Your Honor. You heard that gunshot before midnight.
Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this wild claim. Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight.
Exactly what I was trying to do earlier. Where is it? That's this one.
Oh yeah.
Look at this photograph.
look at this photograph!
I should just get a sound clip for that. With the amount of times he says that. This was taken by our witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart. With
You ever
her
seen that
automatic camera.
You ever seen that one where it's like, every time I do it makes me laugh? Every time I do, it makes me laugh, and it's just repeating that one part of the song. It's just this guy with a photograph, and he's just doing stuff randomly, and then he looks at it and just starts chuckling to himself. And at the end of it, he's like, oh god, oh god, no.
Lots of Nickelback references here.
So funny. Oh yeah, this entire case is just full of look at this photograph.
The timestamp on this photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m.
Oh? But there's nothing on the lake in this picture.
Your Honor, the real issue here is not why nothing is shown in this photograph. It is why this photograph exists at all.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, this photograph was taken by an automatic camera. That camera was set to go off in response to loud noises.
Aha!
Correct. There was a loud noise on the lake at 11:50 p.m. This is why this photograph was taken. In other words, when Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely still Christmas Eve.
Indeed, it would seem that is the case. Then where does that leave us? Miss Hart testified that she heard the gunshots after midnight. Are you claiming she was mistaken?
Not at all, Your Honor. It is a fact that the camera also triggered at 15 minutes after midnight. Your Honor, that night there were 2 sets of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them.
Why would this be?
Don't be fooled, Judge. That camera was set to respond to loud noises.
Yes?
There is no proof that the loud noise at 11:50 was a gunshot. Why, the witness could have sneezed, triggering the camera.
Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear!
Well, Mr. Wright, there's no turning back now. Can you prove that the loud noise at 11:50 p.m. was indeed a gunshot? Please show the court evidence if you have it.
Here.
You do have the evidence, that's for sure.
Let's see. It wasn't this. Gunshots, midnight. Evidence that it was a gunshot.
You did skim over it.
I did?
Yes.
Was it the map?
Just read the summaries very carefully as you look through the evidence.
Okay.
There's one that definitely hints about that gunshot.
Was it the autopsy report?
No.
Okay.
And we definitely know it's not the lake photos.
Yeah, because... I heard 2 sounds like gunshots just after midnight. So is it Lotta's thing again?
No. Think about it this way. 2 gunshots were heard after midnight, and Larry is hearing her claim, and Larry's witness testimony has proven that there was a gunshot heard before midnight. So what, and that's just it. Lotta's testimony and the shopkeeper's testimony in terms of the 2 gunshots isn't wrong, but neither is Larry's.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean?
Fired 3 times. Fired 3 times, eh?
I am really enjoying watching you
No,
scroll
that's
through
not
this
it.
indicating incredibly hard. No, you got it right.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Usually I'm so used to the music stopping.
Usually it does that though when you're doing a cross-examination. This one is where you're being asked a question.
Ah. Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor.
Usually if you see the evidence pop up on the screen,
That's
and
an
things like,
automatic.
"It was this," that's how you'll know, like, okay, I got it right. Because outside of a cross-examination, you don't have music cues to tell.
Gotcha. Cool. Both of the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When, then, was the last shot fired? Only now have I realized the truth. That 3rd shot was the shot that Larry heard just before midnight.
Order. That would make sense of the evidence we've seen so far. However, this leaves me wondering exactly what did happen that night on the lake.
Exactly. If this is true, there were 2 sets of gunshots separated by 25 minutes. One at 11:50, another at 15 minutes after midnight. Why, I ask you? Why?
Uh-oh. I better think of something quick. Wait a second. Gunshots separated by 25 minutes? Ah! What's wrong, Nick? I have it! Huh? Remember the case with the Steel Samurai? Huh? Yeah, of course I remember. The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case. What do you mean? Maya! Yes? If we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edgeworth's guilty verdict. I've got a hunch and I'm going to run with it. Right. I mean, is this safe? Safe? We've already gotten a guilty verdict. We have nothing to lose. Just watch and let me know if I say anything that sounds fishy, okay? Right, Nick? Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Wright.
The testimony just now has cleared up this entire case.
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
So you finally realized the truth? There can be no other murderer here than Miles Edgeworth himself.
Wrong, Von Karma. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting.
Listen, Brookie. Take a deep breath and consider the facts. At the time of the murder, 1 boat was on that lake. This was shown by the witness's photograph. The defendant, Edgeworth, and the victim, Robert Hammond, were on that boat. There was a gunshot fired on that boat and Robert Hammond fell into the lake. The distance of the shooting was 1 meter. It couldn't have been suicide. Well, the guilty party has to be the other man on that boat.
I admit it is hard to imagine any other possibility.
Yes. But this assumes that the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
We have photographic evidence of the time of the shooting.
The timestamp on the photo
Oh.
says 12.
Oh, that's my bad.
It's all good. It's all good. I don't blame you. It's in the spirit of the moment.
Spirit of the moment. Here, apple pie.
Aw, thanks. Always down for some apple pie.
But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then. 25 minutes before the shot on the lake. That's the only way that Edgeworth could be innocent.
Mr. Wright, are you quite mad? Explain who the two men on the boat are.
The murderer and Hammond. No?
No.
Oh. It was the murderer and Robert Hammond.
What are you saying? That contradicts what you just told the court. You said that Robert Hammond had been killed 25 minutes before this gunshot.
Yes, that's right. Oof.
Also, might I mention, the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth, has admitted to being on that boat.
Right, Your Honor. Crash and burn.
Mr. Wright, your client has already been declared guilty once. I'm gonna have to penalize you for this foolishness.
I'll ask you again. Explain who the two men on the boat are.
The murderer and Hammond.
Oh. That's basically you admitting that it's Edgeworth who's the killer.
Of course, it was Edgeworth and the murderer. After the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50, he assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, Edgeworth won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edgeworth to the lake. Now, Edgeworth didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place.
I'm not sure what to make of all this.
Ludicrous!
Mr. Wright, tell us the name of the murderer then.
The murderer's name? Right, it's Lotta Hart.
Yeah, that's right, I killed him.
Yeah, that's
Killed
right.
him with that pistol I did right there.
Should have checked the camera sooner. There's an automatic pistol on it.
Did y'all ever notice that there ain't a third photo?
I don't know.
You don't know? Yeah.
Actually, I don't know the murderer's name.
You don't know?
Again you waste my time.
I don't know because he never told us.
Oh.
The murderer is the caretaker of the boat shop. That old man! I love... Oh,
Sorry.
nice. Well, you took one... I mean, I took one of your lines. You take this one.
At 11:50, he was the one who killed Robert.
The caretaker of the boat shop? Where did he do this?
Oh shit, that was my phone.
Uh-oh. You found
It's all
okay?
good.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I got like a desk where it's like got like a slightly like higher leveled part. My phone was resting like just barely on that, so it just fell to the lower level. It's all
Cool.
it barely fall at all.
There weren't any boats on the lake then.
Why would he have to go all the way out on the lake just to shoot someone? May I suggest that the real scene of this crime was not on a boat?
What? Well then, where did the murder take place?
It took place in Lotta's van.
That's what I was thinking. Lotta's van! That's where it took place.
Took place at the Steel Samurai Dogs.
At the gate!
It's like, nah, I'm just kidding, Your Honor. Have it over. Oh, shut.
Here, of course, the boat shop, where he lives. That way he can meet with the victim without anyone seeing.
Do you have proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime?
Recall Larry's testimony, if you will. That night, he was out on the lake in the boat searching for something. He finds it and returns the boat. Then, just as he starts starting to head home for home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor, even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, the gunshot was very, very close by. And where would that be if he had just returned a boat?
The boat shop. Mr. Wright, what happened that night on Gourd Lake? Please, tell the court from the beginning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nick, are you sure about this?
Not really. But I think if I start at the very beginning, and I take it slow, I might just be able to figure this out. That night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop.
It's just how his face looks. It looks like he's actually like screaming at the top of his lungs. But like he started off small and gradually got to that facial expression.
I was really hoping that his that picture was gonna stay on there for longer because I was just gonna have the apple pie just do one of the
Just have it phase through his mouth.
This was around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired.
God damn it! I didn't expect it to be that funny. I hate it when I make a joke and then it's way funnier than I intended it to be.
It's just a scream. I hope we see that picture again.
Okay.
After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond.
Freaking fatting myself off now. I'm freaking warm. I need to get out of this sweater.
Then he got in the boat with Edgeworth and went out into the middle of the lake.
Then who fired the pistol on the boat, Mr. Wright?
Fuck, man. I'm still chuckling.
Oh. Of course, it was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice. Both missed Edgeworth on purpose.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Why would he shoot twice if he didn't mean to hit anyone?
Details.
Know this, Mr. Wright. The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tell us why the murderer had to fire twice.
To create a witness. I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor.
Create a witness?
The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. That ensures that anyone who heard that shot would look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first shot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, the murderer jumps from the boat himself, leaving the pistol in the boat behind him.
I see. To someone looking from the edge of the lake, it would appear that one of the men on the boat had shot the other.
The murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice to draw attention to the boat. Once you realize that, everything else falls into place. The boat shop caretaker swam back to his shop. Then he put Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body, and threw the body into the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on the Gourd Lake.
Bailiff, bring out the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly!
Woohoo! We convinced the judge.
Nice.
Very well, while we are waiting for the caretaker, I would like to ask the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, a few questions. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense has said.
Yes.
Well, why did you go to the lake that night?
What Wright has said was mostly correct. Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago, I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. He asked me to come to the boat shop by the lake at midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me.
Something important?
I'm sorry, I can't say what it was. Your Honor, sir!
Bailiff, we are conducting a trial here. I ask that you remain quiet.
The witness has disappeared! He isn't at the boat shop either!
What?
What should I do?
Find him, quickly! We cannot allow him to get away. Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared.
A search warrant has already been issued.
It goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. I will extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. I request that the police department utilize all its forces to find that witness. Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop caretaker? I think his identity has become very important to this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is.
Oh, thanks for the clip, Zozo. Zozo clipped the Richard Hammond scene.
The no.
Exciting. Thanks so much, Zozo.
Very well.
Gavel.
Gavel?
Gavel.
Just actually read it. Gavel. Dear Lord.
1:22 p.m.
Yay, Nick! You did it!
Yeah. Well, at least we got out from under that guilty verdict.
And what about Larry? That was something else. Even Von Karma didn't know what to do with his testimony. Larry really helped us out.
Sure, once I sifted through his unique testimony, still, he did save us. I just wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time.
I know what you mean. Sometimes, I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients.
Hey, Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Did you say something?
Don't look so pained. I mean, it looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. You can try to smile, just a little. Relax.
I'm sorry. But I fear it's not over for me yet.
What do you mean?
Right? There's something that's been troubling me for a long time now. And I don't know whether or not to tell you.
Edgeworth?
No, there's so little time left. I want to tell you to get it off my chest, but... I can't make up my mind.
What is this about, Edgeworth?
It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed.
A crime you committed?
A memory of a murder.
Is this the to be continued?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You're almost there. You're
Almost
Yeah.
there.
your last investigation and trial for the episode.
Oh, goodness. Well, it's late. I still have those things that I need to get done. Suki's still streaming, though, so we can go raid her real quick. So,
Yeah, why not? Let's send her a raid.
yeah, we should be able to. I'm hoping. Do you think I could probably finish this by next week's, like Tuesday, Wednesday?
You would definitely be able to finish
This trial.
4 next week, Tuesday.
But trial 5's pretty long, I'm guessing.
I would probably say trial 5 is the longest, just because it's the same amount of days as episode 4, but there's a lot.
There's a lot going on.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on. It's hard for me to explain without like
Spoilers.
giving away what the setting is for like the case, but like there's just so much going on, and there's a lot of story that happens that's even more than case 4, in my opinion.
Gotcha.
Plus, they add like new mechanics that the DS feature had brought in, and a
Bro.
whole bunch of stuff. So there's even more things that could definitely hold you back a little bit before you get to progress. Like you'll be sitting there going, "What do I do next?" In which case, I will pull up a guide in order to help as best as I can without just straight up giving you the answer. But case 5 might
Take a little while.
I would probably say next week, Wednesday, and you would definitely be able to finish case 5, I think, the week after.
Okay, cool.
For sure. So
Yeah.
within the next 2 weeks.
Cool. All right, and I'm liking everyone's cannons in here. Right, I have something to tell you. I love you. What does this have to do with the case, Edgeworth?
Oh, that's right, everybody. For this raid, Tasuki.
Throw apple pies.
All of you who are subbed, get those 2-part apple pie throwing emotes.
So everyone ready to pie Suki? And if you guys are also subscribed to Suki, throw it at her pouty emote. Even better. I love it. There we go. We ready? But thanks for joining, everyone. And again, Kokodi, everybody, thank you for everything. Like, I really appreciate it. Like, I was pretty tired today just streaming. Well, not streaming, but just from last 2 days. And yeah, I was like, I might do a shorter stream today just because I'm not feeling up for it. But you guys really helped out. Thank you so much. Including you, B-Dog. We had a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of fun.
So
sure.
we'll be back next week, Tuesday, Wednesday on this. Saturday, we're still trying to decide what my game is going to be, so we'll see. If anything, too, I don't know if we're going to do Dead Island, possibly. Who knows? But for my solo game, it's looking like last time I checked it, Red Dead 2 was winning, so we'll see. So yeah, I'll see you guys on Saturday, and then this Sunday we have D&D, so feel free to join in for that. All right, let's get this raid going. Later, guys, and have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Much love.